Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. We are, quite action packed. Directly in here, we got some videos, quote unquote, dealing with discrimination, supposedly some issues with one's religion and the reason why it is that they were banned from a store. We got a few different things directly in here, something for everybody, I guess, so to say. So we're going to get directly into this video with a Jewish woman who stated that she was specifically targeted in a store because of her religion. So let's listen.
So this just happened. I was at Shoppers on Bloor and Spadina, if you know where that is in Toronto, right? And I'm wearing my gold Star David necklace. I'm not wearing it now, but my husband is wearing his Israel, like the State of Israel necklace. And the manager comes up to us, and the manager's name is Mohammed Buluba, something like that. And he literally says, "You're banned from this store." And I look at him and I'm like, "Why?" And he was like, "Because of your religion." And I was like, "Excuse me, you can't just ban somebody because of your religion." And I'm making a big scene. If you know me, I'm making a big scene. And I'm shocked. And my daughter has this like chocolate bunny in her hand. And my husband goes, "Put the bunny down, we're leaving." And I was like, "But I need my meds. Like, I need my medication." And so I get my meds. And then like I'm on the phone to like all these people, like the B'nai B'rith, like everybody. And they're like, "You need to switch to a Jewish pharmacy and like don't go there anymore and keep yourself safe," and all this stuff. And like I think what really gets me is the fact that like this guy can sit there and say you're banned, and he was like literally like, "I'm gonna call the police." And like we didn't want to start a scene, but I should have been like, "Fine, call the police then," but I didn't. And I think the whole thing is like really disgusting and shocking and terrible, and this has happened in the city of Toronto. So yeah, I think the most disappointing part was that my daughter left crying, and that like I was pretty like shocked at the whole thing, clearly. And that is what happened, and like I'm really like rattled about it and upset. And yeah.
So she said that she went to a Muslim store with the Star David on, and that she was banned directly from the store as soon as the Star David was seen. And this was in Toronto, Canada. And the part that really got me was the fact that she was like, okay, she's going through this, right? Discriminatory behavior, right? And she was like, well, I'm not going to leave you. I'm going to get this bunny from, for my daughter. If I'm just going to put this as an example, if I, as a black man, went to a store and somebody said like, yo, we don't want your kind around here, I'm like, all right, no problem. I'm dipping out. I'm leaving. I'm not about to do, whatnot or whatever. If I can, I'll sit up there and try to record the interaction. But if not, it is what it is. I'm not going to still proceed to spend my money where it is that I'm not wanted. Right. And then number two, she was like, if anybody knows me, I'm the type to, make a scene. But then at the same breath, a little bit further down her statement, she was like, he said he was going to call the police, and, I didn't want to make a scene, but I should have just told him to call the police. Which one is it? Are you the type of person that you want to cause a scene, or you don't want to cause a scene? Were you discriminated against because of your religion, or weren't you? I'm a little bit confused. So then did a little bit more digging, and I was able to find this post. A person stated this. They was like, so to be clear, the claim here is that a Jewish couple was targeted for being Jewish at a Shoppers Drug Mart located directly across the street from a Jewish community center. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. That doesn't make any sense. You would think that if somebody's going to discriminate, they're not going to basically be in the community and do this. They're going to do this outside of the community where there's like no, real, population out there, right? But yeah, it's a little bit weird. Then going back to a post that she made directly online, let me just make sure. Yeah. So this is the post that she had. She said that, so I was just at a Shoppers on Bloor and Spanata. I was wearing my Star of David necklace, and the manager comes. I guess that was supposed to be up. Comes up and states that we are banned. I ask why, and he says, "Cause we have a problem with your religion." The guy name is Muhammad, and he said if we don't leave, we're going to call the cops. So my cool collected husband takes out takes our family out of Shoppers, and I'm bawling my eyes out. Needless to say, we didn't get my meds, right? So that was the first time she wrote it. So then I want to say this should be the second one here. So this is the second time, gave a fuller explanation, right? So she said, so I called the police and here's the story. Yes, so we were standing. Hold on. Yes, so we were standing, it should be at the pharmacy getting my medication, and all of a sudden this person approaches us and says, hi, I'm the manager, my name is Ahmad Raul, and I want to say that you and your family are not allowed in the store, and my daughter has a chocolate bunny in her hand and she asks if we can get it, and I'm like, sure. And we have baby food for our 6-month old, and he's like, did you not hear me? You're banned from this store. And I say, why? And he said, we have video footage of you shoplifting. And I'm like, I've never shoplifted in my life, so that's impossible. And he's like, well, your people shoplift all the time. And I'm like, what people? And he's like, yours, pointing at my Star David necklace. So I was like, you're abandoning me because I'm Jewish. And he's like, if you don't leave, I'm calling the police for trespassing. And at this point, other people are staring, and no one said anything. And my husband was like, let's just go. And I'm like, no, I'm getting my daughter's bunny and my meds. And he's like, it's supposed to be if. So he's like, if you don't leave right now, I'll call the police. And my daughter is crying because she wants the bunny. And I tell her we have to go. So again, two different, I really feel like the story was explained three different times, and there's something changing directly within the story every single time the story is told, and that's problematic for me because I'm like, yeah, this is not really close to the exact same thing that you stated in the video. There's some things there, but it's like you're adding in more stuff, which doesn't make sense because if you're doing a video, you would have pretty much all of the stuff there, and there would be no need to directly make 2 to 3 posts. She made a third post as well too, basically claiming that the store or the manager basically hates her because of her religion. Again, she has no type of proof of that as well. And then we did a little bit more digging, and we found this very great, beautiful post. And shout out, to that person. They said, I saw your post making the rounds on Facebook and was deeply troubled by it. I used to live in that part of town, and I went to that store 100 times, and I would hate to think that I was supporting anti-Semites. So I called the store to get their side of things. As it turns out, there is no one working there by the name of Muhammad. I realized that you changed his name a few hours later in your follow-up post, but there's also no one working there by the name of Ahmad Raul. FYI, if you're going to make up a Muslim supervillain, you probably should pick a Hindu last name. Also, Shoppers has a standard protocol for dealing with shoplifters, and your version of how the manager treated you is so off the mark that it immediately led me to doubt your entire narrative. Anti-Semitism is real and is something we all know to deal with. It's something, yeah, we all need to deal with. Posting this kind of rage bait fantasy to stoke hatred of Muslim community does not, let me just move myself, right? Uh does no one any good. So there we are. She has 3 to 4 posts word wise that she decided to make about this topic on top of a video. And specifically in the video, she wanted to make it seem like, oh, let me look around. I'm really worried. I'm really scared. I'm not, really wearing my necklace because of how it is that I was treated directly in the store, yada, 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 all this other type of good stuff. And I'm like, what are you even doing right now? I'm like, this does not even make any type of sense. Again, you had somebody that stated that they lived directly in the area, went directly to the store hundreds of times, sat up there and called there specifically to find out if any of the names mentioned in your story even worked there. And there was nobody even relatively close. So you got online to just sit up there and make up a story. What, for like some type of sympathy points? Maybe for some type of like GoFundMe? Like I don't even understand. Like it makes no sense. And this is why I told people before that you have people that will play these types of games using emotions and feelings to try to pull people into a certain type of direction. Crazy work. And this is why I told people before that this is why people need to do their due diligence before believing a lot of things directly out here, because you never know what anybody is doing and why they are doing it. And somebody stated, I guess, at the time of when this story was out, I guess like maybe this month, last month, whenever, that there's also some sort of elections going on, I guess, over there in Toronto. So, ridiculous. 100%. 100% ridiculous, right? So now let's go to this next story, and this is going to go into the fact of a black gentleman who was at a Asian store, and how it is that he paid. He didn't steal anything. He paid directly for the price of the food, covered the whole thing. And you're going to see somebody deciding that they want to try to run him down, try to follow him through the streets because he didn't leave a tip. So let's listen.
Needs to be done away with. This is in Evanston, Chicago. An owner of a restaurant follows and hounds down a man leaving the restaurant after he leaves a $20 bill on a $19.87 check.
Hey, bro, what do you want, bro? What do you want? I paid for my food. I paid for my food. What are you talking? Why are you following me down the street? Nigga, you need to get the back. You need to get back. Why are you following me? Why are you following me? What do you think? Why are you following me? What are you gonna do? Call 911. Call 911. If you need to settle something, you know who to call?
Yeah, they're over here. Let's go. I know that.
I'm okay. Go tell him. You go tell him.
Then you wait here. I'll call
You go tell him. You go tell him. I paid for my food. I handed you $20. You can't charge me more than what the menu say.
No,
So what are you talking about? Bro, I'm not legally required to give you a tip. Get the back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back, bro. I'm telling you to get back.
Yelling
I'm
at
not trying
me!
to put you, bro. Bro, I'm not trying to put you.
You piece of shit.
Bro, I'm not
Goddamn
fucking
yelling at me!
I'm not trying to put you,
You
bro.
shut your mouth, man.
Why are you following me down the street?
You piece of little piece
Bro,
of shit.
I paid
I'll
for my
smack
food.
the shot of
Bro,
you,
I paid for
punk
my
ass,
food.
man.
I paid my food, bro.
Piece of shit.
I paid for my food.
How the fuck you didn't think
Bro,
you make money?
I paid
piece
for my
of shit?
food.
How am
paid
I
for my-
staff supposed to make
Bro,
fucking
I
money?
paid- So raise your price, bro.
Huh?
Bro, we can solve this chill, bro.
Punk ass,
we
man.
can solve this
police
chill,
is right
bro.
there, bro.
We can solve this chill, bro.
Police
I
right
paid
there,
for my
bro.
food. We can
Come here.
solve this chill.
Come here.
We can solve this
Let's go
chill.
talk to them.
Why are you harassing me?
Punk ass.
Why are you harassing me?
Raise your goddamn
Bro,
voice at me.
why are you following me down the
I'll
street?
slap the shit out of you, man.
Why are you following me down the street, bro? Why are you following me down the street?
When I get slapped out?
Why are you following me down the street? Why are you following me down the street?
Chill the fuck out, bro. Why you
Bro,
following
chill out.
this, bro?
Fucking make
Chill
money,
out,
huh?
chill out.
Why you following this man?
Chill out, bro. You need to calm down, bro. Why are you
Raise your
following me down
goddamn
the
voice
street,
at me, huh?
Bro,
Huh?
you trying to back
fucking
me into a
apologize?
corner? You trying to back me into a corner, bro?
what is wrong with you, bro?
What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? What are you
Did
doing?
nothing wrong. What you doing?
What are you doing, bro? Bro, what are you
Bro,
on?
what is he doing, bro?
Piece of shit.
Bro, what are you doing?
You got them back slash shit out of
Bro,
me.
what are you
What?
doing? What are you doing, bro?
Yo, back up, bro.
Hey, take my bag. Take my bag. Take my bag. Hey, take it. Hey, get back. Get back. Get back. Get the back.
Whoa!
You need to get back,
Bro,
bro.
back up.
You need to get back, bro.
Put your hand on me.
Bro, he didn't do nothing, bro.
You need to get back.
Chill.
Chill out. Yeah,
You need to get back, bro.
Chill out,
Okay.
To get back.
Chill.
Chill out. Yeah, but that's
You need to get back, bro.
Chill out,
Okay.
You need to get back. No, get back, bro.
something. We about to
Get back. Get back, bro.
You doing that because he black, bro?
No.
Put that race card on me, man. Look at the color of my skin, alright?
Bro. Don't yell at me.
Fucking put that shit
Hold
on me,
I'm
huh?
just getting my water, bro. I ain't touching you. Hold on. Your bag is loose, bro. I ain't trying to do nothing.
So we were all able to see that, right? And this is normally when people are talking about some stop the Asian hate. I just want to, remind people of that. There was a, not too long ago where people wanted to come out there and state that, oh yes, it's always black people being problematic and this, that, and the third, and they're the the causation of this and that and all these other types of things. And here we are with this. You literally heard the Asian man cussing directly at the black guy numerous times, literally chasing him for all intents and purposes down the street, and then wanted to physically put some type of hands directly on him again, which made no sense. It's like, yo, what are you even doing out here? Like, what's even your purpose, at this moment? The dude literally told you that, hey, I paid for my stuff. I gave you, 20. The bill was about 19 something. So that 20 covered the whole bill. And you wanted to make it seem as though that he was in the wrong. Huh? Like, what are we specifically what are we doing here? Like this, that's the weirdest thing. And you got some people that want to, oh, my bad, hold on, wait, let me get you real quick. I got you. Nobody will even know that you even existed in this chat. Got you real quick. You're out of here, buddy. you're in the shadow realm. Let's try that one. You tried to start out real early on that one. Nah. We're not doing that. You literally got an Asian out here, and then he wanted to try to tell somebody black, oh, don't play the race card. Look at my skin too. You're white. What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you really talking? What your skin complexion is saying to me? You look real white. What you saying? Compared to a black man, you looking white out here. Talking about don't play that race with me. And I want y'all to pay attention. So you got two young black dudes out here. Notice how none of them were like aggressive as the Asian man that's literally stalking them down the street. Now imagine if this was in reverse. Just imagine. Let's put this setting back in the pandemic, right? So you got an Asian man walking down the street minding his business, and then you got two young black dudes literally following him, antagonizing him, saying this, that, and the third, verbally getting real aggressive, and then wanting to get directly in the personal space, and then start, pushing, getting physical with said person. Just imagine how everybody in the United States would have blew that story up. Just imagine how you would have had all of these people from all over Asia and the Asian Americans and the Asian actors and musicians wanting to speak out. The black community has to, really speak to their community and understand how it is that they're hurting and harming, the Asian community. That's what the black community needs to do, right? But here we are with an Asian man literally stalking, walking behind, antagonizing, and getting physical with a black man because what? He didn't tip. He specifically paid what his meal was worth, and he did that. Now, again, I've had instances where I sat up there and told people like, yo, tip for, delivery and different things like that. And that's dealing with delivery. He went specifically to the restaurant. If he opted not to sit up there and tip whoever, like I said, I don't know how he got his food. I don't know if he literally sat down there and ate. I don't know if he just got his food to go. I'm not sure how it happened. We don't have the specifics on that, but we know that he went to the restaurant. He realistically, technically, is not obligated to sit up there and tip. Tipping is voluntary, which means that you could decide to do it or decide not to do it. You as a restaurant owner or a worker, do not have the right to sit up there and chase somebody and stalk somebody down the street because they paid specifically what their meal was worth. You don't have the right to sit up there and do that. So now, oh, you said I sounded just like the dude from that video. Yeah. So let me put this into specifics, because I know we got some clowns in the back, that like to do a lot of things. Let me go back here, because we actually had a quote unquote apology, but it's not really an apology. It's just BS, right? So this is what the company stated in front of everybody, right? So that we're clearly able to see this. They said, we would like to extend our sincerest apologies to everyone who may have been affected by this incident. Unfortunately, one of our staff members failed to maintain composure during a checkout. However, this behavior is in direct contravention of our company's policy, and we will be addressing this matter internally. Please accept our most sincere apologies. Thank you for taking the time to consider our perspective. Warm regards, the Table to 6 team. Now, this is black people. I want y'all to understand. This is what it sounds and this is what it looks like when you have these businesses and these companies direct. And again, this happened in Chicago. That's a brave Asian man to trying to walk down some people in Chicago. That's real brave. Yo, that is brave, man. That is brave. That's some crazy. I don't know if that man must have been high as a kite. He must have took a Red Bull and ate his Wheaties and had a Snickers. That man was fully loaded because I don't know what was going on in his mind to sit up there and do something like that in Chicago. That's wild. Luckily, the situation, didn't go the way that other situations have gone. But again, to the black people out there, this is what it looks like when these communities who come directly from other places come into your community, and this is how they treat you. They don't care. This is not even an apology. This is saying that, hey, we're aware. It's one of our people still at the end of the day. You got to just really understand it and see it from our angle. We're not going to sit up there and fire him. We're not going to go through this, that, and the third. It just is what it is. We'll just have a simple conversation with him and, come back and buy from us anytime. But just make sure you hurry up and buy. That's it. That's all it was. I'm sorry. Hurry up and buy and tip. That's it. That's it. That's pretty much all that they say. And this is why, I stated before, why it is imperative for black people to make sure to have, their own restaurants and things of that nature. Yes, I do understand and know that it is very difficult because technically of the overpricing or, a variety of other things, maybe the customer service or whatnot. But yeah, dealing with this is crazy. I ain't never been to a black restaurant or an establishment and something happened maybe with a tip or whatever, and people were like, we're about to start chasing you down the street. We're gonna walk you down real quick. You're about to sit up there and give me that money that you owe. Bro, I paid for what it is that I ate. Ain't nobody steal nothing from you. So why are you trying to chase somebody down? Because let me tell you this. The Asian man that you were able to see, let me pull back up that video because I want everybody to understand what I'm saying here. This Asian man here would have never chased or walked down anybody white. I just want you to understand. Asians know exactly who their gods are, who it is that they worship at the end of the day. And as stated, he would have never tried to walk down any type of a white man nor threatened to have called 911 because they didn't leave a tip. He would have never have done it. He would have been like, okay, thank you, sir. Come again. That's it. That's all he would have did. But like I said, everybody has this type of pre-written treatment and stereotype of black people, and this is what they want to decide to do. This is how they decide to act outside of themselves. And to me, that's crazy. That's some diabolical work, because just imagine if you had black businesses doing that to people. You wouldn't be having no black businesses. They wouldn't be having no customers, no customer base, no nothing. Like, it would have been case closed. Curtains are done. Grand opening, grand closing. That's it. That is it. That's also, two birds with one stone with that line, if anybody's seen Sinners. But if you know, you know. So yeah, it's crazy. That is some diabolical work directly out there. But it'd be like that. And a lot of people in the Asian community don't want to talk about how it is that they treat people in the black community, especially black people in their own community. Crazy work. I've covered those stories for a multitude of years. And Asians ain't really saying nothing. They just be like, well, like I said, it's crazy out here. Like, it's tough being black out here. It is tough being black. But the funniest thing is, even when black people say something so simple as that, other people will be so offended that now they want to take from that and they want to start using it themselves. And now everybody else is trying to sit up there and say it's tough being them, in America. I'm like, nah, calm that down. You need to go have some seats, 99 seats to the right, because we ain't doing that. Like I say, y'all been already moving around too much, trying to do everything from black fishing, exploiting the culture, the works, the community, the people, vibe, energy, like whatever you want to sit up there and call it. A lot of exploitation going on, and the only people profiting are those who are outside of the community, or those that we allow inside of the community that still ain't doing nothing to help the community profit or move it forward. Like I said, crazy work out here. Diabolical. Also, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that's currently here at this moment and time. So next, we're going to go to this handy dandy nice video. This black woman explaining how you have a lot of, I promise you, I did not hear about this. I did not know that you got a lot of black Christians talking about that they don't want to go see sinners. I kid you not. I feel like at a moment in time, like we're dealing with cults. Like you'll have a lot of Christians talking about they'll go watch a lot of slavery films, like 12 Years a Slave, Roots, all of this, anything dealing with slavery, be right there. Be right there. And will be fully accepting of the movie and the message there, especially no matter what white people do, we will always turn the other cheek and forgive. Crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Like I said, you forgiven every single thing that white folks did in the United States when it dealt to your ancestors. But the moment in time that you actually have a movie where things, because I'm trying not to give, too much away, where things are a little bit different. Oh, it's satanic. It's demonic. It's this. It's that. I'll never sit up there and watch something like this. But yet you sitting up there. Y'all be watching Medea films though. You be watching Medea films though. You sitting up there watching a black man dress up as a woman. Come on now. It's crazy where people want to sit up there and draw the line. It's crazy. You got pastors out there sitting up there sleeping with. Matter of fact, before I get directly into that, we're gonna go directly over. But let me give a shout out to Dre. He said the Asian dude put hands on my mom when she was at work, and they and other foreigners are quick to put hands on black women. Yeah, they are. And that's one thing I made sure to point out before, because a lot of these Asians at these restaurants and these stores, they do not put hands on black dudes that quick. They'll sit up there and wait and try to see. Or if there's more than them, then they'll sit up there and do it. But if it's a black woman, oh, no. It could be one-on-one. Yeah, they putting hands. There was an instance where a black woman, she was an Uber driver, and she was going to pick up an order. Some type of discrepancy basically took place and happened between the woman behind the counter and the black woman. And the black woman basically just left. And the Asian woman came from the safety from behind the counter and decided to follow the black woman directly out the door, and they were fighting outside. And not only was the Asian woman sitting up there fighting, but the male Asian representative was also fighting the black woman as well too. So like I said, it'd be like that. But just imagine if the roles were reversed and you had two black people deciding that they wanted to jump and start fighting somebody Asian. Oh, Fox News, MSNBC, Democrat, Republicans, everybody sitting up there talking about. But like I said, when it happens to black people, by way of other groups out here, everybody is silent. They act like they don't see it. It's crazy work. But let's listen to what this woman got to say.
I could never watch sinners because that's too demonic. Is that right? You want to know what I find demonic? The pastor's wife ironing his shirt and pants to get him ready to go see his side chick because God told her to. I find that demonic. You know what I find demonic? The fact that your pastor owns a helicopter, a mansion, and pulls up to church every Sunday in a Rolls Royce when the majority of their congregation pulls up from the city bus. I find that demonic. You want to know what I find demonic? Everyone in the congregation knowing how their pastor gets down with little boys and little girls, and yet y'all look the other way and still show up to that church every Sunday. I find that demonic, okay? You know what I find demonic? Expecting for the choir director to go above and beyond every Sunday and leading the choir in praise and worship, while simultaneously telling that same choir director that he's going to hell for his sexuality. I find that demonic. You want to know what I find demonic? The fact that back in the Disney, Slave masters did not want us to read nor write, but gave us Bibles and allowed us to have church. I find that demonic. And you want to know what I find demonic? The fact that for centuries, Christianity has been a tool in colonization, mass unalivings, rapes, and other heinous acts. Yet so many of y'all find more solace and safetyness in a white Jesus than you do the spiritual practices of our ancestors.
Ooh.
I find that demonic. Yeah. And this is not me shaming those who are Christians. Believe in what you want to believe in. But as somebody who is spiritual and denounced Christianity a very long time ago, I can't help but find it to be extremely hypocritical to listen to some of y'all complain about how sinners is just so demonic when I've seen firsthand how y'all get down in the church. Ooh. Especially the Southern Baptist Church. Like, how's about we all relax? Yeah? All right.
Ooh. Ooh, that's diabolical. That's ooh. And then the funniest thing is, a lot of the notes that she was hitting on when it dealt with the pastors and the church and everything like that, I've showcased videos of black churches speaking on a lot of these things. I've showcased the fact that you got a lot of these black preachers like, hey, they got the Rolls Royce, the top 1%. They're having raffles and they're buying Bugattis and these expensive luxury cars. They're raffling off cruise trips and vacations and all this other type of stuff in between, passing money in between one another, right? All of them are rich, but the other 99% are poor. And the poor are going there making the top 1% richer and richer and richer and richer, while the 99% are poor and poor and poor and poor. They can never take those trips. They can never buy those cars. They can never have a Rolex, the fine dining. They can never get they woman like a 3, 4, 5, 10 carat ring. They ain't living in no mansions, and their kids ain't going to these prestigious schools, and they can't afford a private jet. But no, I keep giving directly to those churches, so that the preacher can get up there every single day and tell you how you're not giving enough to God. Ooh. Ooh-wee. But like I said, hey, people decide to do what it is that they want to do. It be like that. Like she said before, it's crazy how a lot of these pastors could be going after, the most vulnerable in the community and the family. And, black people still support them, even when the truth is out there. Woo. All he has to sit up there and say is that, I made some transgressions. I messed up in my life, but who hasn't? Everybody here is a sinner and and through the blood of Christ and and all this other type of stuff, I will be reborn again and I'll be free of my sins. Woo! Crazy work. Like I said, them pastors, they are great wizards, sorcerers when it deals with words and being able to pull in black people and have black people just believe them no matter what type of lies and tall tales they weave together. It's crazy. It needs to be studied. Crazy work. But like I said, it's the stuff that black people love. It's the stuff that black people love. I'm talking about in general, and I'm making as broad as a brush stroke as I can, because ain't nobody gonna be able to tell me no different. I can go into any black community in the United States and see the exact same thing across the United States. The top 1% always stay rich. The top 99% always stay broke. And those are the facts. Diabolical. But yeah, these are the same people talking about they can't go see sinners. You literally enable your pastors to sit up there and sin every day, all day. They be sleeping with other people's wives, girlfriends, baby mamas, sons, husbands. Moving through the church like the Holy Spirit. But you can't go to the movie theaters and go see sinners. But at the end of the day, the same religion, the same Bible that you use was used to put you directly into slavery and to give some type of credence on why it is that you are a slave and allowed to be a slave. Remember to always honor thy master. But when a white man said, he was talking about just honoring him. He wasn't talking about nothing about God, because he was telling you he is God. Crazy work. Diabolical. Diabolical. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that. But next, we're going to go into another area of which you got black people. They have enabled their own demise in a multitude of ways, and I've talked about this before, by way of these podcasts and these platforms. And you've had a lot of black men who are a part of gangs, who are rappers, whatnot, or whatever. Because I put it to you like this: I've had guys before try to tell me that I should not be talking about street business. Right? I'm not a gangster. I'm not a thug. I'm not a criminal. All those other type of stuff, right? Street dudes only be talking about street stuff, right? But it's crazy to me that none of these street dudes ever want to address any of these other street dudes going to these white podcasts like DJ Vlad, Adam 22, whatever it is, the No Jumper podcast, right? White platforms. And they're just putting their souls, they're just laying naked, just laying bare on the table. But like, yo, I got these amount of bodies. We were selling drugs here. Yo, me and my boy Kilo, we used to sit up there and just be like sliding around the block. And, we, had bullets with nobody's name on it. But, it took 22 lives. And, we was doing this in a pen. And we know where all this stuff. I literally see these black dudes up here just telling everything. And I'm like, you know what, FBI, the United States government, just lock them up. Just lock them up. Just lock them up. If you're going to be that reckless with your mouth and you just sitting up here gossiping, lock them up. But like I said, I never see street dudes talking about this. You got some of the hardest street dudes that be going on these white platforms, white-owned platforms. It's like you're incriminating yourself, and you're not even able to fully profit off of you incriminating yourself and locking yourself up. I mean, both things are stupid, but at least get something directly out. You're not even getting nothing. And then on top of that, on the No Jumper podcast, there's been a lot of raids that have happened where people have been linked together with other people, and now they're behind bars because people wanted to sit up there and start talking, start gossiping like Nancy's and James directly out here in front of a white man. You don't even know if this dude is even connected or working for the government, but you openly telling all of this information where the whole world can. Let me just let this dude talk. My bad.
Imagine this right here. Wrap this up in your head. You've been a street cat all your life, ducking parole, probation, lawyer fees, bonds, DEA, jump out boys, feds, regular police, U.S. Marshals, all these different people. Jumping gates, getting out of cars, indictments, shootouts, everything that you done been through as a street cat. To find out that the game is going to die behind a podcast. Say, this got to be the easiest run in law enforcement history.
Bars.
We're going to sit back, watch the screen, and watch these take their own selves down, and then we're going to swoop in and pick them up. Street cats podcasting their way to the death. There you have it.
Yeah, you got a lot of dudes just locking themselves up. Gonna have like some Ricos, all other type of stuff happening. Crazy work. Like, I kid you not, if you actually look up the history of some of this stuff, like right after some of these podcasts, you've had like some raids or some sweeps that basically happened. And a lot of the people that was talking got caught up in those raids or those sweeps. And it's like, y'all still got people going directly to these like, dog, even Adam 22 laughed every now and again when he asked people certain questions and they didn't specifically answer the question. They were just looking at him like he was stupid. He was like, you got me. You got me. That was a smart answer. Staying silent, that was a smart answer. That's something a cop would say. That's something that somebody, working for the government or whatnot, that's something they would sit up there and say. Oh, it's smarter you to actually stay silent. Yo, like I said, they be doing this right in front of you. And it's like people just fall for it every time. Like, this is the crazy part, right? You got black dudes out here with podcasts. And you won't really see these black, like hood type dudes really so relaxed. They always up in arms like, yo, I gotta carry something up on me. I don't never know when something gonna happen. Something gonna pop off. Like, I don't know who knows something. But then as soon as they start going to these white platforms, they all chill. They relax. They sitting up there smoking. They sitting up there drinking. They acting like they with family or something. I'm like, this needs to be studied with black people. The comfortability that black people have amongst people who are not non-black is insane, and it is crazy. And this is how they get y'all every single time. Woo! Crazy work. Like I said, the vampires don't got to sit up there and come to your house and be waiting for you to welcome them. Y'all walking directly to the vampires. Fools. 100% clown work. Clown work. And I see it every single. There's been so many times I don't watch black platforms and all of these hard street dudes getting up and start fighting, boxing directly on camera because they feel disrespected. You shouldn't be asking this question. You doing this and you doing a little bit too much. These white boys sit up there asking that exact same question. It was like, I can't really, answer that, question respectfully and da. But these the hardest dudes out here on the block. But y'all giving the utmost respect to white people. Woo! Needs to be studied. Like I said, only the black community does stuff like this. I don't see no other community going on somebody's show or podcast, incriminating themselves and getting themselves locked up. I don't care what nobody sit there like, why you got to talk about why you just make it blanket about the black? Because it is the black community. It's only the black community. I don't see Asians doing this. I don't see the Latins doing this. I don't see the Africans doing this. I don't see the Arabs doing. I don't see no other group out here doing this, being this stupid, except for people in the black community, no matter how you feel about it. This is crazy. Like, ain't no other group doing this type of foolishness. Like, you know how many times, like, even right now, you got like Sammy the Bull, like you got some old Italian like mob like gangsters up there on podcasts and whatnot, and they not even really saying too much. They'll speak a little bit, say something here and there so you can get the gist of it, but they not really sitting up there saying too much. But you allow these black dudes, put a camera in front of them, put a podcast, a couple hundred or 1,000 people, oh, they gossiping. They gossiping. Like you would have thought that they was at like a nail or a hair salon real quick. Like it's crazy. They telling everything. Wow. Wow. Like I said, this is crazy. It's crazy. So let me just specify real quick. Let me just specify real quick. Let me break it down into another fashion, because I know I got people, you got pack up here. People want to get offended and they want to do this, that, and the third. So you got street dudes out here gossiping, and then you got normal, average, everyday black people going onto these podcasts, gossiping about their relationships, gossiping about whatever side piece that they got, male or female. They're telling all of the information when it deals with their relationships, the ins and outs, and all this other. Like I said, you see countless amounts of black people going to all of these other podcasts, giving all of this unnecessary information, too much information. What about that do we not comprehend right now? Black people out here talking too much. What about that do we not comprehend? I don't just got to sit up there and stay directly on the street dudes. I can go to average, everyday black people. I can sit up there and go to what was that show that they used to sit up and have before it broke apart? It was the Tonight's Conversation or the Tonight Talk. It was all black everything, right? And you had black people down there. I literally saw fields of black women there, right? One black woman was like, "Hey, I'm in a marriage, and been there for about 15 or 19 years, and I've been secretly cheating on my husband with this other dude that I am sexually involved and interested directly in, and I'm coming to you guys in front of the whole world, in front of the internet, and I'm asking you, how can I get my husband, who is black, to be accepting of my side dude?" So I'm just trying to figure out, what about what I'm talking about right now is not making sense. Because like I said before, I can give other context to normal, average, everyday black people giving way too much information. So when I sit up there and say that we got black people out here being stupid and talking too much, I mean just that. So if your feelings are hurt and you feel a certain type of way, you better talk to whatever God that you believe in. Go to whatever altar, kiss whatever ring, whatever foot. Do whatever it is that you need to sit up there and do with some holy water and some anointment with some cranberry juice and a piece of bread. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Because I am not it. So like I said, if you feel a certain type of way, that's on you. It might have struck a nerve. Just like Sinner more than likely struck a nerve with a lot of Christians. Hopefully we're on the same page at this moment in time. You know. Roman said, Seiji, I'm not even sure what that even is supposed to do yet. Was that like a typo there? That looks crazy. I'm clearly a man at the end of the day. We don't even do that. I don't even know how you even make that mistake. That is crazy out here. That is crazy. So let's go to your retyped version directly of that. You said, did you read what Kanye West said regarding his cousin? Yeah. And I've touched on things like that in the black community and how those topics don't get talked about. You had a black rapper, should have been YG, and he came out with a song. In the very first part of the song, he stated to you what happened to him at a very young age. If you go listen, it's a YG song. I forgot the name of it, but at the first part of that song, he stated what happened to him at a very young age. And that's a man sitting up there doing that. 99.9% of men will not do anything like that. They're not going to sit up there and state that something like that ever took place or happened. Kanye sat up there and said something like that again. He might have sat up there and said that just to draw attention, or he might have said that because that was something that took place and that was something that happened. If you talk to a lot of people in their families, they can sit up there and give you stories of things that happened. So I'm not really too surprised and or shocked. I'm not sure why other people are. People might want to sit up there and talk to people in their families. You know. Let me see. What was it? What? I'm finding this hilarious that the only commenters are. I'm a little bit confused. You said that you find it hilarious that the only commenters are mods. I mean, I guess. Well, like I said before, you're only looking from one angle, so I'm not sure what you're trying to really get at. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, like, why is it that every single time, as of right now, at this moment in time, that I've done live streams, I've always had somebody pull up to the scene, and they're like, "Yo, you're doing this live stream and ain't nobody really talking." I'm like, even if I just got mods talking and I got actual people talking, it don't matter. Like I said, you must got me mistaken with like some other content creators out here. I don't really care. Like, I got people here, I got core people here that love the platform. I got some other people here that are just passing by, and got people directly in the middle. So I'm not exactly sure what you're getting at. Like I said, the last live stream I just had, well, we have about like 22K directly in there that at least came directly through for whatever time. So it's like, it's a little bit crazy to me. Because a lot of the times, the people that want to question or that want to come through and critique my platform, they're not even pulling the numbers like that, which is crazy. Even for 2 seconds, they're not even pulling numbers like that. So it's I'm a little bit bewildered, when people, instead of talking about the subject or the topic, they want to try to critique something else because they don't really got nothing. It's crazy work though. But shout out to you though. Shout out to you though. I find it hilarious when people can only, try to critique my platform versus actually talking about the topic. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Yo, we got Golden in here. What is up? What is up? What is up? Yo, we got Mahoko. What is going on? What is going on? Let me see what else we got. Let me see. Is all I did. Jerry Springer, still Wilkos. I can go on. Those aren't just black people. Dog, you talking about? Okay, let me just give you like a just where I am right now. I'm talking about 2025. Like, dog, you listed some stuff from like the early, from like the 2000s and then like the 90s. Like, dog, I'm not sitting up there going back in that timeline. And you especially got a lot of people that don't know nothing about them shows. So it's like, what are you even talking about right now? I'm talking about right now. This is the podcast era. We're talking about the internet era, right? Again, we had the internet back in like the early 90s, but the adults back then weren't moving the internet how the internet is moving right now. So this is what we're currently talking. Why is it so difficult for people to actually stay directly on topic, to stay directly within the timeline? You're trying to shift it to a whole nother period to try to prove a point. You ain't proved nothing. Like what are we even talking about right now? I literally said podcast. This man that is literally in front of you talking about podcast. What? Like, dog, like, brothers, it is not that difficult. And for me, I don't have to calm down nothing because again, it's my platform. You decided to be here. So if I want to sit up there and start talking high, if I want to sit up there and sing, if I want to start sitting up there doing Negro spirituals, it is what it is. You the one that's sitting up here complaining, not I. Oh, yo, crazy work. This man Ty was like, they're yelling for help, but they can't be heard. Crazy work. Let me see what we got. Gail was like, cross watchers and haters, double tap that screen, anonymous, and basically effortless. Yeah, that's true. I don't know who hits like and who doesn't. So yeah, you can hit that screen. You don't got to sit up there and subscribe just to hit the like button. But I know it's a little bit too much pressure for a lot of people. It'd be like that. Wait, what? Wait, wait, who's lying about everything? I'm a little bit confused. Yo, that right here said it's good to catch you again. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Well, I'm a little bit confused on what specifically I'm lying about. You say even if I'm in podcast. No, there is a point. Just like this is what I mean when you have a topic and people don't even pay attention to the original topic. Even the black guy that's on the screen sat up there and said that, yo, it's crazy. Like the downfall of all of this, anything dealing with the streets and all this other, it's going to be by the hands of the said individuals that are going to these white podcasts and telling all of this unnecessary business, street business and information. But me stating the exact same thing and expounding upon that, broadening, that whole look, you're like, oh, you don't even have any type of point. You got it, brother. You got it. Like I said, whatever your thought, whatever your point of view is, that is your point of view. That is clearly your point of view. Like I said, that is clearly why I am directly here and I'm doing the content and I'm putting together these videos and you are directly there. Because, if you felt differently, you would actually be doing the opposite. You would actually be doing your own content, putting your own perspective and and whatnot or whatever. But, here we are. It'd be like that, though. But like I said, difference of opinion. It'd be like that. Gail said, hit that Cashapp. Much love, respect, and appreciation. To Gail, much love, much love. I'm still trying to figure out what it is that I was just lying about. I'm really confused by this comment here. Just like I'm just really confused. I never got a reply for that, unfortunately, but it'd be like that. So next,
the car when they pull up.
We're gonna go to this video, and I feel like this guy will sum up pretty much how it is for men in general. Because this woman is going to ask the question, why do men just sit in the car when they pull up to the house? I didn't know that this would be a question that women actually ask. I thought it was apparent. I thought women actually knew why it is that guys would just sit there and take a break. So we're going to take a listen and hear this out.
Why do men just sit in the car when they pull up to the house? Like, what do y'all be doing?
That depends. Sometimes he's sitting there trying to leave the day behind. The noise, the stress, the weight of everything he can't say out loud. The meetings, the bills, feeling like he's always chasing something just to keep everybody afloat. And before he walks through that door, he needs a second to put all that down. Because he can't bring that chaos inside the home. He can't let the people he loves carry what he feels is breaking him. And other times, well, he isn't leaving anything behind. He's preparing to pick up the battle that he knows is inside. Because he knows what's waiting on the other side of that door. It might be tension. It might be heavy silence. Maybe a cold shoulder that used to be a warm home. So he sits there to gather his thoughts and to gather his self. He breathes. He prays. He tries to remember the version of himself that used to walk in that door with a smile instead of a sigh. That car is his quiet space, the buffer zone. It is the moment to either put down the problems of the world or gather the strength to deal with the problems in the home. So is he letting his guard down or making sure his armor is secure?
That is 100% facts. I would
think
like
he
to
just
say that
sent
that
it-
dude
Warm
he's
home.
probably look into doing some audiobooks. He'll probably make a lot of money. Let me tell you, he could fit directly in some westerns, directly with that. Sound like the wise, cowboy that sat up there and seen a lot of things, right? Been a lot of places, been out yonder. But everything he hit every single note, like there was nothing that he missed. And a lot of women don't understand that. Because a lot of times women happen to view things from their specific point of view, and a lot of women feel that they're the only ones actually going through something. And guys, in order again not to bring work or the world home, it's like, all right, let me just take a walk before I get into the house. Let me just sit directly in the garage. Let me sit directly in the car. Let me sit in the parking lot of a store and just have something to drink. Let me just drive around for 5 minutes and just clear my head before I go directly home. And the other perspective as well is that for a lot of guys, they'll leave the world, and that's a war zone, to come home to a whole nother war zone. Because for a lot of guys, as soon as you come into that door, you're hearing nagging, you're hearing complaining, you're hearing hollering, you're hearing, oh, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. You need to sit up there and do more, all this. And it's like, yo, that's crazy. It's like, yo, ain't nobody trying to sit up there and hear that. It's like, yo, you know what I just had to sit up there and deal with out there? And I gotta come home and I gotta sit up there and hear your mouth like this. It's like, man, it's like, oh my God. Like I said, so this is why you got dudes that have a man cave. This is why you got a lot of dudes that just sit up there and drink. They'll go to bars. They ain't sitting up there bothering or pestering nobody. They sitting directly at that bar, and they're taking drinks. They sitting in a little stool, whatever. They got like some probably some scotch, whiskey, brandy, whatever it is, and they just sitting up there sipping, just thinking, looking into that empty glass, waiting for the next refill. Because they don't got nobody there. There's no safety directly for guys at all to talk about their feelings or their emotions. Because if you ask any guys directly out here, the moment of time that you're in a relationship and you happen to talk to a woman about your emotions, 9 times out of 10, when it comes into an argument, it's going to be used against you. It's going to be weaponized, and somehow, some way, you're going to be deemed or called weak. Happens every time. Every time. So yeah, like I said, there's probably some more stuff that could be added directly, to that to expound on it. But yeah, it's tough. Yep, it is. It is very tough. Mm-mm-mm. It's crazy work. No, Tippy said, no, I get what you're saying, Tippy. He was like, women sit in cars too. I mean, yeah, but at the end of the day, women got the world to go to if they got a complaint. If women have a complaint either about the world, work, emotions, kids, women got a multitude of outlets to literally go to, infinite outlets to go to express that emotion, and there will always be a shoulder to cry on. Nobody can sit up there and tell me it's the exact same way for men, because it's not. We know it isn't. It's acceptable for women to cry. It's not acceptable for men to cry. It's acceptable for women to show emotions. It's not acceptable for men to show emotions. Like these are just facts. Like this goes into the whole parameter of when people talk about equality. Nothing will ever be equal. It just can't. It's just impossible. Just impossible. It's just not going to sit up to happen. There's just going to be uneven areas. Like I said, no place on the planet is going to be equal. It's not going to be equal land, equal water, equal depth, equal rain, equal forest, equal birds, equal anything. Stuff is going to be uneven. You got the Arctic tundra, and then you got the Sahara Desert. You got the rainforest in South America, and then you got the desert over there in Australia. Ain't nothing is ever going to be even, you know. Tippy said that's not exactly true. White men get more mental help than black men. Well, I will tell you like this, Tippy, you might want to look at the rates of how can I put this lightly? The rates of white men leaving the planet. You might want to look at those rates. There was a video of a white woman that was specifically asking the question, why is it that the men and the boys in their community are pretty much clocking out? They're delving heavily into video games, drugs, alcohol, things of that nature. So people can say that white dudes can get a lot of help, but obviously it's not the type of help that they need, or it's not enough. Because you got a lot of them sitting up there just be like, yo, this just ain't for me. And they just out of there. D Money was like, I gotta be Macho Man Randy Savage 24/7. Oh yeah. It's like, yeah, you gotta, yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Sweezer said, I do understand what you're saying, but sweetheart, I'm 64 years old and I had no one to cry to but the Most High, and He brought me through. I mean, I understand that. I get that. But at the end of the day, if this is the thing, I'll sit up there and say, for women, if you want to find emotional support, there is emotional support. If as a woman you feel that you can't trust anybody with your emotions, then it is what it is. For guys, we just don't have that luxury at all. We only realistically have ourselves to sit up there and and trust. If you happen to, let's say, if you happen to go to funerals, a lot of the most hardest dudes, they're not crying at those funerals because they got to sit up there and cry by themselves, because they got to be always concerned and worried how other people are going to sit up there and perceive them. This is why for a lot of guys, as I've explained in previous videos, this is why for a lot of guys, and I'm talking about in general, why a lot of guys and a lot of men, instead of crying, everything turns to rage and anger, because that's the only thing that we're literally allowed to do. Women don't have to turn to rage and anger. That's the one thing we can sit up there and all agree on. You never have to worry about a woman being so worried about crying or so concerned about crying that it's just going to turn into rage and anger. That's not a part of women. It's not. Y'all just release it. It's like a waterfall. Y'all just release it and it's therapeutic. With men, the only thing that we have is rage and anger. That's the only thing that realistically, emotionally, that we have security in, that the whole world will just let us be in that. We can be as mad and as angry as you want to sit up there and be. We can destroy as much as we can, because, hey, that's the space that we allow y'all to be emotionally just there. It's like, it's understandable. Man is destroying something's going wrong in his life, so that's why he's doing it. If a man start crying, oh, why you crying like a girl? Why you crying like a female? Like that's what women sit up there and do. You need to sit up there and you need to toughen up. You need to harden up. Don't be crying out here like no little girl. Right? You need to suck that up. Right? These are all the things that men happen to hear. These are all the things that I'm repeating things to you that I've even heard throughout my life. And I've heard this by way of women. So, I'm speaking directly from my respective age and how it is that I've grown up and the things that people have told me. Right? Like I said, it's crazy. Like I can sit up there and tell you there's been a lot of times that things have happened in my life. I'll put it to you like this, right? The most fearful time that I ever had was being able to potentially be so vulnerable, right? Just having like a full on breakdown and crying in front of somebody. Because I'm like, yo, if I sit up there and break right now, and I couldn't sit up there and stop it, it just set up to happen because overwhelming things, just a lot of stuff compiled, and you only got two hands to basically catch stuff, and you just sitting up there seeing everything just break and fall around you, and then the moment in time as a man, you lose focus on what it is that you are already holding up. Everything collapses. Now you just got a whole mountain on you, and you got to try to dig yourself up. Those are the emotions that I'm basically speaking on. Uh, because I know from the things that I've basically been able to witness in the conversations that I've had that the moment in time that you just so happen to cry in front of a woman, it's not going to be good. Somehow, some way, like I said before, it's going to get brought up in the conversation, brought up in. I'm like, why are we even talking about this? Why are we even bringing this up? What does this even have to do with the conversation at this moment in time? And this is why I said previously in other live streams that the moment, regardless on how people basically feel to try to explain it, I'm telling you from the perspective of a man. The moment in time that guys, young men, boys, sat up there and cried directly in front of peers of their same age range, for whatever reason, in a lot of them, they see them and start deeming them as weak. And those are just the facts. Like I said, I'm not even trying to debate this with nobody. I'm telling you exactly what it is because I've seen it, I've watched it, I've heard it. It's been conveyed throughout a multitude of decades. And I'm like, that's the craziest thing that I've ever seen in my life. Craziest thing. And then to grow up directly within that, and then you're looking from your lens of everything that's been thrown directly at you, all of those brandings and different things. And then you're looking out there in the world and you're sitting up there seeing how other people get treated. It's like, wow. It's like, yo, so you mean to tell me I'm the only one basically sitting in this spot where I'm deemed as, in a sense, like a weaker type of individual because I decided to release or show some type of emotion, but you got other dudes directly out here that are allowed to just be that, and then people are just clamoring for that, and they're just like, yo, that's just the most attractive thing possible. It's like a man just being. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, man, that's tough. That's some tough stuff right there. Man, that is tough. That is 100% tough. 100% tough, man. That's some tough stuff. Tippy said, I don't show emotions around people. I hold it in. Realistically, Tippy, there's no reason for you to actually hold it in. Like I said, you got the women literally have the runway to actually cry and to express themselves. Y'all literally got that. Nobody's going to deem you as weak. Like I said, like no type of like negative brandings are going to get put directly on you. Nobody's going to try to say that you're ultra feminine or whatnot or whatever. You're less of a man for this, that, and the third. Nobody's going to sit up there and do that to you like as a woman. Like, that's the main thing I'm trying to convey there. Neon said this is one of many reasons why Becky is dating brothers more and more. Nah, I'm not gonna sit up there and say that. There's historically there's a variety of reasons um of why that's taking place. One of them would happen to be a fetish. Other reasons are because of how those women historically, now I'm talking about throughout history around the world, how European white women have been treated by the men of their communities and all these other types of things. And also you got a lot of those white women who have a certain body size. They don't get praise. They don't get no type of worship. They don't get no type of, publicity from men of their community for certain body shapes. Now, when it deals with the black community, black dudes are like, yo, it's all different types of body types out here. We love them. You got that certain segment of black dudes that are on some other type of stuff where they're like, nah, you got to be, like 98 pounds, filled out here and here. I got to be able to pick you up with a pinky. Like I said, that's the other small faction directly out there. Most normal men out here don't really care about the weight, don't really care about the height. You're a woman, you're a woman. That's it. So, and there's even more reasons directly into that why you have that whole thing of the, interracial, yada, 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 all the other type of good stuff. But yeah, nah. Sham said, I think black men are better at channeling their feelings into creativity like music, poetry, and art, even if they don't go to a therapist. I mean, yeah. And you happen to see that because I tell you this, there are a lot of black male rappers where it's like, yo, I put it to you like this. There's a lot of black dudes out here that don't cry. But when they cry by way of conveying things through music, through songs. And I tell you, when I hear certain artists and they're sitting up there like Meek Mill, by far, I would sit up there and say he is one of the greatest rappers when it deals with like intros. When that dude is sitting up there speaking, I ain't never lived the type of life that he's talking about. I ain't never been around those type of dudes. I ain't never seen anything that he's talking about. But I swear to you, when I hear that dude speak, I feel every single thing. Again, I'm not a street dude. I'm a nerd geek, whatnot, whatever. But I feel every single thing that he's sitting up there saying. He is like, yo, that dude is sitting up there crying through that whole song, through that whole chorus. Like that is immaculate. It's crazy. And it's like you have like certain artists that can literally tell a type of story, paint a picture in such a way that you can literally, along with hearing the words, you can feel the emotions going along with that. Crazy work. Tippy said it's not the same because we're not the same. So you're right. Men and women are not equal. Keyshawn, what is up? What is up? You said more white men are offered and have easier access to mental health, but they turn it down. I mean, it's tough. It's crazy to sit up there and turn down help when it's free. That's some diabolical work. Because let me sit up there and tell you, I wouldn't have sat up there and turned down nothing. I wouldn't have sat up there and turned down nothing, but it'd be like that. If you're black, you got to figure it out. You said not crying. You said not. You said crying is more of a sign of weakness to me than crying. Oh, okay, I got you. So you basically saying like somebody not basically expressing their emotion is more of a weak. No, I mean, this is the thing. For a lot of guys directly out here, they don't got the room to do it. For specifically speaking, for black guys out of every other group, they have to basically be just like the hardest dudes out here. And it's like this is how I put it. It's tough for black dudes to, in a sense, do this because again, you got to be on offense every single. You don't have a moment to take a break and the rest. Like you got to be the hardest dude out here. You got to sit up there and be able to protect. You got to be able to sit up there and love. You got to care about other people's feelings and emotions. You got to be able to do this. You got to be able to do it. Like people list all of these things that black men, black boys, young black men are supposed to be able to do. But the one thing nobody ever states is that black men should make sure to have time for themselves and their emotions. So that shows you like the selfishness right there. Everybody else gets to have time for themselves and their emotions and everything like that. But when it deals with people listing the things that black men, which is people list the priority that black men are supposed to do in the community, nobody ever says that black men should also prioritize loving themselves, emotionally caring for themselves. Nobody says that. People always say, oh, make sure that you're emotionally attentive and you're there for your significant other, for your kids, for your family, for your community, for God. They list everybody else, but they never tell black men to make sure to take care of yourselves. So this is why you have a lot of black guys as they get older, they don't have that same, I guess you could sit up there and say light. They don't got the same energy that they used to have because they're running on, in a sense, borrowed energy. Like that battery is pretty much done because they didn't give everything that they were supposed to give, that everybody wanted for them. And then when it's time for them to actually get a recharge, All of those people that told those black men, this is what you need to give us. You need to give us this your whole life. All of those people are gone. Nobody is there to actually charge up that black man. So now you just got an empty husk full of nothing, void of everything. And people wonder why it is that you got black men around here just like not caring. That's because everybody took the care directly out of the black man. What you want him to do? What you want him to do? He didn't gave caring to God. He didn't gave it to the kids. He didn't gave it to, whatever woman he was in a relationship with. He didn't gave it to the family. He didn't gave it to the community. He didn't gave it to the job that he enslaved away at. He gave it to everybody but himself because he couldn't afford to. Because nobody taught him to. Nobody said that, yo, this is what you need to do. Everybody told him you need to be a warrior. You need to be a fighter. You need to be the hardest thing directly out here. But then at the same time of saying all of that, people are like, yo, why are, black men just like, so emotionless? Why are they not, with empathy or sympathy? Why are black men just like emotionless? Because we don't got the room to do it. we don't got the room to do it. It's impossible. Black men are the only men that don't have the room to do it. Just don't. There's no other group of men out here. By far, no other group of men out here. None. Tippy said you cried before. Yeah, I have. But that specifically dealt with stories. So it wasn't, in a sense, I was crying for myself. I was more so crying for those stories. The one time I think you guys seen, was it on stream? It was on stream. I'm not sure if you actually saw me though. Was the camera on during that time? It might have. I'm not sure. But the one time that happened, I remember that time. That was when I read from what Zaire had wrote during that live stream. When he was going through explaining about his family, he was saying that I was, basically, like a father to him, and that hit. Like I'm not sure where in what line of tubing those words directly went into, but it struck some type of point, and it was just like it wasn't even broke. I just shattered at that point, and it was nothing I could sit up there and do. The only response that I had to Zaire's words were tears. Like I was out of there. And that stayed with me it took me a while to recover from that. Because when I would sit up there and think about it, the same emotions, the residuals of those emotions were basically still there. Because that's a very unique and powerful thing to have somebody say, again, Zaire, young man, great young man, complete stranger. He don't know me from Adam, but he listened to me long enough on this channel where something I was stating conveyed something directly to him, to the point where he wrote that to me. Like I said, that was incredible. That was incredible. Like I said, I can't even try to convey that feeling to people. It'll be impossible for me to. But yeah, there's been some moments. That was one of the rarest ones where it was, at that moment that had to do with me. A lot of other times it has to do with the loss of life, when it deals with people that should have never had, their life taken. And then especially during that time, Tippy, I was reading like a lot of these stories. I'm talking about like back to back. I'm sitting up there, doing, some days I might have like 6, 9, 8, 12, 15 stories. Just putting them out there, just doing it like back to back, not taking no rest, not doing, nothing like that. I'm just like, I got to get these stories and I got to sit up there and put this out. This needs to be this needs to be. I'm just doing that back to back. And, like I said, and I told people before, like things will sit up there and wait. There might just be, stories, but at, it'll get to, you know, points and times. You keep reading the same things, it's going to sit up there and get to you. Well, and you know, that's why I explained, you know, dealing with content creation, doing this type of content, you know, I guess you could say like types of wear and tear and desensitization, you know, that specifically takes place, and you know, stuff like that. Tippy said men can be vulnerable to women and women embrace them. Some couples have that warm connection. Just saying. Tippy said Becky is unloving black men. What are you talking about? D Money said, gotta be too something to do something. Tippy said, I'm tired of the lame excuse of that. Some black women don't find men weak if they cry. Wait, hold on, I'm confused. Logan said, what is this bull ish? D Money said, cue the Ja Rule featuring Little Mo I Cry. Kishan said, the curse of stoicism. Golden Brown said, life makes excuses for babies and women, but there is no excuse for men. Tippy said, I don't know, says you. I've been seeing a lot of black dudes cry over very emotional stuff, and his surroundings embrace him. It's okay to cry. No, 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 no. But see, that's the thing though. And when it deals with social media, things can be curated to make it seem as though that I'm going to just specifically speak on black men. Things can be curated to make it seem as though that there's just a large collective of people out here to really just like hold on and to love black men. It's not. It's not. Yes. It's not. As a black man, I can sit up there and tell you it's not. It's however they're trying to make it seem online. That is not real life. It's not real life, because I put it to you like this: if the world or the black community was so open to be accepting to black men and young black men out here crying, you would have a lot less black men that would resort towards violence versus trying to just speak out on how it is that they feel. You know, like I said, you would have a lot less black dudes out here just being angry. You know, going directly into a rage. The first thing that they want to do when they hear something is they want to start fighting. Like I said, that's stuff that's built up over time, because you gotta be able to release that emotion like some type of way, right? If you can't cry about it, you got to be able to fight about it. And you're gonna go to the next closest person just for any reasons, like, oh, that person looked at me a certain type of way. Bow, we're about to sit up there and start fighting. And the real reason that you fighting is something that happened, you know, a conversation that your mom might have had with you when you were like 7, or a conversation you might have had with your dad when you were like 12 or something like that, or something your family told you, you know, before you graduated high school. You know, it's a multitude of reasons. It's never actually that specific reason as to why it is that that person is fighting. You know, to be said, so are you saying black men are heartless and can't connect to women emotionally? I'm saying that a lot of black men are reserved. A lot of black men are reserved, and this is because of things that we've gone through. Case in point, the first people that we try to be open to are the women in our families. We're not even talking about just like random, you know, the black girls or black women out here. The first women that we decide to try to give out or showcase that emotion to are the women in our families. And you'll have a lot of instances where you got the women in the family, they will turn that away. There are videos. You got videos of mothers up here talking to their young sons a certain type of way when they start crying. And, you know, and all these other types of things. So, you know, and, you know, you learn by way of love in both instances. Both kids, they learn by way of love from their parents within their homes. And if the first love that you have as a young boy is basically the women in your family, and then you're not getting love there, then you're going to basically see no type of love directly out there when you step into, um, you know, the world. When you go directly into society, so schools and, you know, and everything like that. Ty says, Seji, do you still check your email? Yeah, you know, I haven't checked in a minute. I do gotta check it, because I be focused. It's tunnel vision. I be focused on like one thing. So it's like doing videos, live streams. I'm there and checking everything else and whatnot. It's like, you know, not really there. But yeah, I can check it. Curtis said, let's Let me see. We said Shem said, I think when black women don't cry, it's more so being told to be quiet before you give something to cry about. It invalidates black children's feelings. We grow up to cry less than white women. Right. We got Shem said it also. Wait. It's also why when it comes to white women, we black women gain a stigma that we are aggressive or we tolerate pain differently. And no, we just don't cry like white women culture. Yeah, white women just be crying over anything. They'll just sit up there and just be falling out. Something could just like happen at like a supermarket or a line, and they're just like breaking down crying. And I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm like, yo, pick yourself up. I'm like, don't nobody got time for this. I'm like, I'm about to take a couple items directly out of my cart so I can go to like 9 items or less real quick. I'm like, I don't got no time for this. I'm like, yo, get yourself together. Take his Xanax. Like, oh my God. Like, yo, this is, like I said, it's crazy. It is, yo, it's crazy out here. It is crazy out here. But anyways, let's go to this next video with what this white woman had to state about stats dealing with people, being able to get jobs, because everything's about color.
Of young white men and a pair of young black men. And for each pair, I randomly assigned one individual in the pair a criminal record. What this means is none of the young men in the study who were posing as job applicants actually had criminal records in real life. But for the purposes of these applications, they communicated to employers that they had a felony conviction. So looking first at the outcomes for white testers, we see that about 34% of whites with no criminal record received a callback or job offer, compared to just 17% of whites with a criminal record. So we see that criminal record reduces employment opportunities by about 50%. In the case of black testers, 14% of those with no criminal background received a callback or job offer, relative to just 5% of blacks with a criminal record. A black applicant with no criminal background received callbacks or job offers at about half the rate of an equally qualified white applicant. But the most surprising finding was really related to blacks with no criminal background relative to whites with a felony conviction. We find that a white applicant with a felony conviction fared just as well, if not better, relative to a black applicant with a clean record. This suggests that being black in America today is essentially like having a felony conviction.
So let me just touch on something real quick. Stephanie said all moms are not like that, so please specify. Pain is pain, especially mentally and spiritually. We endure a lot. God bless you. I'm a little bit confused. I'm talking about from the perspective of young black males directly out here, things that I've seen, the things that I was able to witness, the things I was able to hear and stuff like that. But I'm trying to figure out where specifically that I said, all moms. I was specifically talking about within the black community, but even then I didn't say all black moms. I said women within the black community, right? Meaning that, hey, for that young black boy directly out here, if he tries to navigate the waters of his emotions and he wants to try to convey this to the black woman in his family, it's not going to usually end up too well. It's not going to usually end up too well. Because again, as I've stated before, you have, in a sense, less violence when people are able to express their emotions. You tend to have more violence, people willing to fight, get physical, when they have to bottle up and they have to keep in a lot of their emotions. So again, as a black man, directly from the black community, dealing with a black family, dealing with women in his family, I can tell you that there is a nice mixture of what it is that you're going to get, on top of the fact of watching my peers of the same age and how their mothers or their aunts or their sisters specifically treat them out there in the open when it is that they are crying. I've been able to remember black mothers in the black community at local schools slapping their sons because they're sitting up there crying for whatever reason, right? But again, that doesn't automatically indicate that that child needs to be slapped. Maybe you should sit down and actually talk to that child to get a better understanding of why it is that they're crying, instead of just automatically getting frustrated with them and just slapping them, right? There's a lot of instances where it deals with um, young black boys directly out here, where the mothers will go at the next closest thing, which is inevitably their son, and they will put hands directly on them, right? Or if they don't decide to put hands on them, they may verbally go after them a certain type of way. And like I said, I love my mom 1,000%. My mom has even come to me many times throughout my life, and she was like, yo, I thought about something, when you were younger, and I remember going off and I was hollering at you. I don't know specifically why, but I wanted to apologize because that was not about you. It was a very stressful time. I was going through, school, dealing with bills, trying to keep a car and all of these. So, like I said, I'm talking when I happen to speak on this, I'm speaking directly from a type of experience of both going through at least something and also witnessing that as well. So, this is not me in a sense trying to, how some people like to take it whenever a black man talks, as if I'm trying to demonize um black women, because again, I wasn't talking about all women. I was specifically talking about black women because I came from a black family. This is not me trying to demonize black women as some people would like to think, but this is more so me speaking directly on the topic of experiences, right? um Sham said also it's not all moms, but the black community is common among moms to treat their children to stop crying like that, especially raised in impoverished areas. Lone said it's always been like that in the United States. Stephanie A said, I have 3 black sons and I will listen. I believe men with emotions are brave and that's special. I apologize for my poor wording. As you can see, I feel a way about uh my sons. No, that's cool. It's like I said, you're talking directly from your perspective. You're talking, from the perspective of, a mother and different things like that. So we got 2 different perspectives, right? You are the adult, you are the mother, right? So you're going on the raising perspective. I, as a black man, I'm talking from a perspective of having to basically be on the lower end, right? Meaning that I'm below the counter, right? Adults can just think about like a liquor store, right? The adults can always see everything around the store because of their height, but children can usually only see things that are underneath the counter. We can't, really, see things at a 5'8" or 6'2", level, because that's not where we are at, the moment in time. We're looking directly at the ground level, so we can only see, what is there, specifically dealing with us, right? And we can only give that point of view. Parents aren't going to really understand it because they're parents. They're not, dealing with the words that parents say to children. A parent is not dealing with those words being given right back to them. It's only going one way. And I can only speak on what it is that I've seen of peers, of those time frames, and even today, on how those young boys get treated and how they get deemed. So like I said before, you got mothers out here that don't do it. That is completely cool. But what has to be acknowledged is that there are mothers out here that do the complete opposite. We have mothers out here that do the complete opposite. If black men were actually allowed room, a lot of them will sit up there and tell you stories about their mothers or the women in their families doing the whole complete opposite. How it is that they were treated, talked down, looked at, and all these other types of things. I even seen one of my friends, having to go through some things, um, you know, with his mother, and I was like, man, I'm like, I didn't even, think that that was even possible, because I didn't think that a mother could ever treat a son like that. But my eyes were, opened, right? Because obviously I was ignorant, because I came from the viewpoint of people would always say that, no, it's only men that do stuff, pretty much like that. It's like, no, you got women out here that do that. And like I said, that shook me. I was like, wow. Like that just, it blew my mind when I was able to see that. And then from that point, I had to sit up there and start looking at a lot of women and mothers different. I couldn't, look at it with, those rose tinted glasses. And then the moment in time that perspective from that experience, I started to see this and notice it throughout. Tippy said, that dude said, oh, that's why black dudes get with Becky. Yeah. Stephanie A said, you're on the front line. I get it. Yeah. I guess, yeah. I couldn't actually think about the term. so it was like, yeah, it was a longer way to basically, get to exactly what you said. So yeah. Tippy said, when Roman cried during that cage match with Jey Uso, I wanted to hug that man. That was Of course you did. Of course you did. Tippy, you wanted to hug that large, muscular, sweaty man. Of course, Tippy, of course. Of course. Of course. You would have become his personal towel. You'll be like, hey, Rome, I'm right here. Bring it in, buddy. I know you, Tippy. Melinda said, wait, what? You said you people and your hypocrisy racism. Huh? What? What are you even talking about? What is even happening here? I don't even know where you even came from. Like, you just came directly out of the woodwork. Directly with that one. Y'all just be popping in. I don't even know what that means. I'll let you expound upon that if you decide to actually do so. Chances are you won't, but yeah. Tippy said, yeah, some fathers and mothers do too. Too much on boys. I can't stand when they tell them big boys don't cry and they're toddlers. Yeah, it'd be like that. But yeah, going back to this video right here, skipping over what Melinda stated. Yeah, that's how the employment be happening. You got a lot of white dudes who are convicts. They got a better chance of getting jobs. Normal, average, everyday educated white dudes got a better chance at getting jobs. If you are black and educated, you got less of a chance of getting the exact same job. And they've also done studies to showcase that if you have a quote unquote black sounding name, yeah, it's going to drop dramatically. It is going to drop dramatically. Like I said, it's tough out here. And, a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that because they don't have to specifically go through that themselves. So, Ty said they don't even got a chance with me. Ty was like, got him directly up out of there. I love it. I love it so much. Said, you got this comment up there, victim, plantation dweller. The funniest thing is I actually have a video where a white cop ended up taking the life of a white man for no reason. And, I wanted to actually showcase that video to prove a point. But I'm like, you know what? White people don't actually care about that. It wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't matter at all. And I can actually point out, different things about that video. White people wouldn't actually sit up there and care. Matter of fact, because of these comments, I'm not even going to highlight that. Because like I said, white people are not victims. So there's no reason for me to sit up there and point out that video, even if it is reality. But, it is what it is. Y'all got it. Anyways, let's go to the next video and listen to this black woman here talk about the shade room. Again, a lot of white people don't know nothing about this. So I'm pretty sure that y'all going to be shutting up directly on this because you're not going to know what she's talking about. So let's continue.
The shade room is run by the government. Hold on, stay with me. I blocked the shade room maybe like years ago, for sure. I mean like how crack was put in black communities back in the day. That's what I mean. Like, I only think it's run by the government because I just can't believe that these two black ladies or whatever team they got, this black team, would want to tarnish black people this much. Just post the messiest things ever. There are very miserable, messy people. Like, I definitely understand that, but I definitely think the government got something to do with the shade room. Like, I've never seen people get together all in one post to tear down another black person. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of white people, but this is why white people are ahead of us, because I will never see, you don't see white shade rooms. White people support their own people so much, and black people, any chance to tear another person down, they will.
Yeah, she is correct, but the thing about it is that I don't think people talk about, and I think people really need to do a deep dive into. If you look into who owns the shade room, they're not Black American, and that will give you everything that you need to know about why the shade room talks and does the exact same sing and dance that they just so happen to do. Like I said, it's crazy work directly out here, where you got people just making money directly off of black people. So Tippy wanted to talk about Jade real quick, and she was like, hey, if Jade sat up there and put you directly in like a leg lock, you would cry tears of joy. Let me show you something real quick. This is a very beautiful woman here. That is Jade. That is beyond the Chun-Li workout plan, as you can see by the thighage of this picture at this moment in time. That is Jade Cargill. If don't nobody know, the storm is coming. I'm not going to sit up there and say that Tippy is lying. No, I'm not going to sit up and say that Tippy is lying. But you know, it be like that. Oh, somebody sitting up there complaining in the comment section. That's crazy. Get that ass banned. Shout out to LTG, because we're not even doing that. Nah, buddy. Who wait, who else doing that? Oh, we about to get you up out of here too. Bow bow. Bow bow. Getting up out of here. Let somebody else let me just leave this picture up here, because I want y'all to tell yourselves real quick. Let somebody else make a negative comment about this picture real quick. Gonna pack you on up. Be stupid and do it. I'm daring you to. Go right ahead. Be stupid. Go right ahead. I'm sitting up here waiting. My finger is directly on the mouse. I am waiting. Waiting. Because that's crazy. That's some diabolical work. This woman Tippy. Oh, that's crazy. Talking about some pause. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. That is crazy. Like I said, I'm waiting. I'm just sitting back chilling. I am waiting for somebody else to be so stupid. Because I keep telling y'all, it's like I'm nice. My moderators, they don't got patience. We got hitmen out here. Hitmen and women. They do not have patience. The moment in time they catch even a scent or of some nonsense, like, you out of here. That's some crazy work. That is somebody said, who is that? That is Jade Cargill. She is a wrestler. Female wrestler. Matter of fact, and let me see if I can get the other picture. Where's the one picture that I like? Let me see. Where is this girl at? Dun, 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 dun. What is that? Her daughter? Let me see. Let me see. Where is? I had a few different pictures that she had directly up here. I thought she had a Spider-Man shirt at first, right there. Where is that one I want to use? There's another one. It would take a minute to sit up there and find. Is that the one right there? No. I can't even find it. And I think I had actually made a what's the name of it before, but you'll sit up there and see it if you type it in and whatnot. But yeah, well, let me see. Wait, do we have something else that popped up in here real quick? You said get a pic of her with Bianca. Let me see if I can do that real quick. J Cargill and why does that look so blurry though? That's the thing that's killing me. Woo, that's crazy. Wait, do we got a clear image of that? Okay, that's a little bit. Wait, is that a real picture? All right, this is technically. Is that the? Yeah, that got to be because I'm just looking. Yeah, so because what was that? Who was that said that? Because Ty said like both of them. So that's technically both of them right there. That is insane. Like I said, they're wrestlers, so they are directly in shape. Trying to find that was the picture that they have like both with the belt and whatnot. They got actually a few different ones technically. But like I said, I'm sitting up here waiting for somebody to be stupid real quick so they can get hit with that button. Real quick. This man was like, who we going to yo, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Man, oh man. Oh wait, what did Tiffy say? Look at her face profile. Just amazing. Looks beautiful. Denise Hill said, I don't believe her. The reason why is she did not film it, and these women have been lying until show proof. And I will not apologize. Wait, I'm confused. I don't know what Denise Hill talking about right there. That threw me off. Ty said, "You can keep Jay. Just give me Bianca." This man Carl said, "If I get held hostage by these two women, please, and no one call the authorities." Like I said, Futurama. This is where the terminology "snoo snoo" came directly from. So yeah, like I said, it'd be like that. So we are off from the side quest, and we're gonna roll right back to the videos. Wait, let me see. Was that there? So now we're gonna go to this video here.
Talking.
And she is going to explain how when it deals with Caucasian women directly out here, how a lot of the times they are the causations of a lot of things that take place. And she's going to give a few pointers, a few listings directly on that. So let's just take a listen and see why she is saying that white women is the serpent. Let's just see what happened here.
So me and my sister the other week, we were talking. She was telling me how she was in her apartment building, and she has a very nice apartment building where they have like key fobs that work in the elevator. Like, it's very nice. And she said she was going upstairs and there was this white couple that was also trying to be on the elevator. And she said the white lady had asked her like, what apartment number you live in or whatever. And my sister was like, B, that is none of your business, first of all. And I think she didn't have the opportunity to like finish what she was saying, but she but she said something along the lines of like, she was like, I could just use my own key, don't worry about it. But she said she thought about it, and I think she was on her way to go cuss the lady out or whatever. They had closed the door and she was still talking her junk while the elevator was going up. And me and her were talking. I was like, you know what I'm learning? Even like in history and everything, like the white woman be the real agitator and everything. And we know this because we also have the Karen, right? But anytime something popped off, it was always because a white woman wasn't minding her business or she was just starting, right? A white woman was the cause of the Tulsa riot. A white woman was the cause of Emmett Till and its minuscule things, whistling at you, even if that was even true. I think the black man in Tulsa, he tripped over a white lady's foot or mistakenly had brushed with his hand on her shoulder. Even the white lady with the red rosewood or whatever, she was cheating, but put it on the black man or whatever. It's always the white women who always be starting shit. And I was like, it's rarely like the white man, he was finish it or whatever, but usually, especially in today and age, it's never the white man that really be starting shit unless he's a bitter white man. And you typically only find bitter white men who like don't have access to the American dream. Like for instance, like in movies we see the bitter white man as the one where his wife had left him to raise his kids alone or whatever, and this man is like, you know, very miserable and his life sucks and he's a drunk and all that stuff. It takes a lot for a man to really be starting this. So it's always been a white woman. Even have I said before how, you know, white women were the ones they sent in the fields to assimilate other indigenous people, especially like those missionaries that go out into different countries to convert them to Christianity. It was always these white women that basically tried to teach these people how to play their role. And I've also said before, when it came to women getting suffrage, the right to vote, they also appealed to their white supremacist brothers to allow them to vote because it will also keep black men in their place. And white women also hated to see black women on their level. So that was also a beef too, where they wanted black women to continue to work for them and do the shit they didn't want to do or whatever. And, you know, made sure that we were always working. But it's always the white woman.
So we heard that, right? I just want to just focus in on something because I saw it in the comment section. So Neon said, why are you not addressing the Keisha playing a role? Because this woman was clearly talking about historically. And she gave it from the perspective of how it is that a white woman was trying to inquire, basically trying to start something. And again, looking for something that had nothing to do with her. And there's a lot of instances that I can even point to instances from my own experience of a white woman deciding that she wanted to try to inquire or do whatnot or whatever because she felt that she could. And historically speaking, this is what white women have done. This is why she went on the whole historical thing, talking about the Emmett Till, talking about Toulouse and all these other types of places. Because historically speaking, I can't give you an instance or hundreds of instances of where a black woman sat up there and lied on a black man, and then you just saw him at a railroad track, or you know, he's being tied to two horses, or he's getting fed directly to some gators, or people are deciding that they want to cannibalize him, or white folks are just going from one town to another to sit up there and get him. That's, like I said, I got books directly on this. I got actually a pictorial book. And like I said before, if YouTube was different, I would actually showcase that. So this is why, you know, I said to a lot of people directly out here that for those out there on the sides of black men and black women, if y'all specifically have issues with one another, y'all basically two peas a part of the same pod, y'all really need to go to therapy. Beyond any other group of black people directly in the black community, y'all some of the main ones that need to sit up and go to therapy. Like I said, I can sit up and give you some stories that I done went through with some black women or during the time of high school with some black girls. But I know exactly where everything fits, you know, and I'm not going to decide to awesomely, carry that and brandish that as a type of thing that I'm like every single time I see a black woman, it's like, yeah, this is what the problem is. Like, nah, you got some unhealing. You got some things you need to, go work on. You got to go focus on. You got to have some conversations about, and different things like that. Like I said, that's crazy to me. To me, that's crazy. Uh, Wait, what? Let me see. I'm not even who was the dude at the bottom? Uh World Dog. I don't even know what stats you even talking about. Like you magically talking about black people in marriage and all this other type of stuff. Like, where are you even coming from? Like, are you even black? Like you sitting up here bringing up, are you even black? Like, firstly, let me just put it, are you even black American before I even entertain this conversation? Because like I said, that'd be the craziest thing to me, because it's like you bringing up some random stats that have nothing to do with any of the topics that we even talking about right now. I'm like, where you even at right now? Do you even know where you at? Maybe you might have got lost. That is crazy. I want to give a shout out to DSB. What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to the $3 dono, in the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. The other thing I want to state is as well is this too, which is conversations that don't really get highlighted. Whenever I start talking about the black community, black relationships, I put myself directly out there, and I list the multitudes of experiences and different things that I've had personally. And I just try to use those as examples. I'd be like, hey, yo, this basically happened to me, all this other type of stuff. But you don't gotta sit up there and harbor a certain type of like negativity or hatred or different thing like that. Cause at the end of the day, it's gonna sit up there and jack you up. It's gonna mess you up. So like I said, in a lot of these times when I just so happen to see comments and I just so happen to see things. Wait, let me. I got you, DS. But you said I think he was lost, or you said I think he was lost, my warrior brother. I don't know. I don't know. You said you're always welcome, brother. Hey, like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation for everything you do for the channel. Much love, much love, much love. Let me just highlight this. Real quick. Let me see, because there was another one. Yeah. Because the craziest part is, I've talked about stories because you're trying to be specific when it deals with black women. I've talked about stories of black women, sitting up there lying or doing this or doing that. But when we're also dealing with historical context, dealing with white women, black women are nowhere even close at all. They're not even a shadow. They can't even hold a candle. It's not even close. Like, yeah, you got some ignorant ones directly out here, and we know those ones who are ignorant that'll do that. But more times than not, 9 times out of 10, you got way more instances, hundreds of thousands more instances of black lives being lost, torn apart, and whatever else that you can name by way of hands of white women telling lies. Like I said, like we're dealing with like facts here. So, I don't know what to sit up there and and tell people. And like for me, it's like it's crazy to even try to bring that up in a conversation when you got a black woman talking. You literally got a woman talking about another woman. So you got a black woman basically addressing and talking about the experiences of being around a white woman and what she did, for an example. And then it's like, well, how many times have black women have sat up there and did this? Not enough. Not enough. No, nowhere even close. Like I said, I got a pictorial book that can sit up there and show you that. Whenever you see black people as Christmas ornaments, I'm not seeing black women up there pointing fingers, sitting up there laughing, sitting up there cheering, sitting up there clapping, bringing a whole family, bringing a whole town and a whole city, bringing generations of a family to come see this happen. That's not what I'm looking at. It's not what I'm looking at. So, like I said, for a lot of dudes out there, and 9 times out of 10, y'all a lot older than me, y'all should be a lot wiser and know better. Y'all need to really do some internal work. Y'all really got to do some internal work, because that's like, yo, that's crazy. That's 1,000% crazy. 1,000% crazy. That's all I'm saying. Let me see what else we got. Yeah, Tippy said we don't got Black Wall Street because of a white woman line. Yeah, many other towns and cities that black people have. Like, that is crazy. I ain't never seen. That's some diabolical stuff right there. But anyways, let's go to another instance where we got a woman specifically talking about. Well, more so now, it's a woman talking about another Indian woman and an Indian man who decided that because of their felt proximity to whiteness, this is why they have so much anti-blackness within them. So let's take a look at that.
This and this liberals get on here. They're like, Palestinians are anti-black. All stem from this desire of South Asians to be white. And baby, no matter what you do, you're not. And no South Asian who has anti-blackness in them should even think about talking about Scandinavian scarves. So a lot of South Asians, like this woman, Natasha Chand, in Northern California, see themselves as superior to black people. Here she is using the N-word. It really rolled off her tongue because of a parking spot. Preet here, whose mother no doubt tells him he is the best little boy, spends a lot of his time trying to create a platform about Gaza, which mostly is fueled by anti-blackness. Those leftist girls still won't love you, Preet. But both of them only want to focus on anti-blackness, which comes out of a sort of colorism in Indian society, but also really a casteism. So many of the Indians who've come to the United States come out of this superiority that is sort of in-baked in casteism, which takes me to the issue of Scandinavian scarves. Yeah, it's a problem when Western companies decide to profit off of Indianness. But if you yourself put yourself in a position to align yourself with whiteness, you really don't actually care unless it feels bad for you. And here is the thing about collective liberation. It actually isn't about maintaining your superiority. It's about collectively improving society. So if you work to collectively improve society, feel free to talk about this appropriation. If instead you spend most of your time basically being anti-black and trying to be white, you don't have a leg to stand on this one. H&M gets their scar. We can't both want to be white and want collective liberation.
See, I love videos like this because you got people from their own cultures that are speaking on these issues and how problematic a lot of these issues are and where specifically it stems from. And this is why I've stated the exact same things that I've said before. When you have a lot of other peoples, nationalities, what have you, they feel that they are in touch or in such closeness with Europeans or whiteness that the main way to get that point across is that, oh, let's start sitting up there talking about the blacks. Let's start, highlighting them and the things that they're doing. But I'm like, everybody knows what's going down in India. So I'm like, you got 1 billion directly over there. You want to specifically talk about black Americans? We're nowhere close to like 1 billion. You literally got 1 billion people over there. And you got somewhere in the realm of like 200 million people that are living, in types of like filth and everything like that. You got people defecating in the streets. You got people sitting up there all taking like a type of bath or whatnot, all in the same river to the point where it's just like brown water. Like it's looking crazy out here. It's to the point where if I went over there to India and I decided to eat food, people like, yo, if you go over there and eat that food, you're probably going to get deli belly. You're going to get very, very sick because of the bacterium that is, in a sense, that is just there and that is present. People who live there in India, who've been there, for whatever amount of time, they're used to it. It ain't nothing. Like they can just go to and from and just eat food. It's whatever. Anybody else that is not used to that area and that bacteria, you're gonna be in a hospital with IV real quick. We can just start there. We can just sit up there and start there. We can go to the point of how people be sitting up there cooking and they be like baking stuff using like armpits, using hands unwashed, be sitting up there like cleaning their noses and be sneezing and coughing and going back and using their hands cooking and mixing it up and chefing it. I'm like, whoa, buddy. Whew. We're not eating any of that. I don't know where your hands have been right now. Matter of fact, when's the last time you went to the bathroom? Matter of fact, I don't even see a sink or any type of water. I don't even see a bucket around here. I'm like, brother, how are you even doing anything right now? I'm like, when's the last time you even wiped your hands? I'm like, ain't you been sweating? I don't even see a sweatband. Matter of fact, sir, what about your arms? Like, where's that sweat and that water going? Like, is that just rolling down your arm, going directly into the eggs that you're Nah, buddy. Nah, nope. No, we good. we are good. And like I said, it's crazy to sit up there and see Indians out of all people directly out here want to open your mouth and you want to say something negative about Black Americans. Oh, that's crazy work. That is diabolical. Because like I said before, we can start getting on the whole fact of showers and baths. We can whoo, ooh, buddy, we can sit up there, man, it's stuff like this where this is why I be having a problem with like a lot of people. This is it's this be the main reasons why. And a lot of people don't want to be honest on how they got some perceived notion on Black people and the Black community and and different things like that. Like I said, that is wild to me. That is wild. 100%. Let me see. I got another video directly up here that I wanted to actually show off. I'm trying to see if I can actually find it real quick. Let me see. No, not that one. Let me see. Let's see. What was this Black dude talking about? Okay, that was a previous one. I covered that one before. Yeah, it was this video here that I wanted to highlight. I just didn't get a chance to highlight it because I know that every now and again we get some people that want to start talking about Black people real quick, want to start listening this, that, and the third. What was it? DSB said they're making that sweaty, dirty hand soup. That's cold blooded. That's cold blooded. Sham said you can wash all day, but if you wash with dirty poop water, you're not clean. Yep. Yo, Hack, what is up? What is up? What is up? DSB said I've been in their stores and they be funky. Then he said, you're right, Seiji, but no one is talking about the Asian man who is stalking and harassing the man because he didn't tip. If this will reverse, this story would be on every channel. Yeah, yep. I know exactly where you at in the live stream. Know exactly where you at. We got Breeze Omega. What is up? What is up? Said salute to Seiji and shalom to DSB. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Yo, D is in the party. D is in the chat. I'm saying it like it's an Xbox. Jesus. You said it's crazy where fewer in number, but most talked about people and other races get famous for doing so. Yeah, it's and I've stated that before. I'm like, it's crazy how every other race can profit off of talking about Black Americans. And nobody finds it weird that every other race out here, somehow, some way, on whatever platform, always has a talking point on black men. I'm like, yo, we don't even really know who you are. We're probably not even around y'all. Like, I'm not even around Indians. I'm like, why y'all even talking about us? Y'all don't even really got nothing in our communities. So it's like, why y'all even talking about? I mean, I get it. You're Southeast Asian, but even Asians don't even really claim y'all like that. But I'm like, why y'all talking about us? Y'all got all this other type of stuff going on, but like, we're the focus. Like, y'all want to just speak on what it is that we're doing. Like I said, that's weird. 100% weird. Then he said that truly was not an apology. Oh, you're at the start of the video. Okay, I know where Denise is. At the start of the video. It's gonna be a minute. I want to say Denise is about probably 30, probably somewhere around like 40, the 40-minute mark of the first part of the live stream. I know where she at. Rebbe said, how can Indians look down on black people, yet they cut meat with their toenail? Yeah, that'd be crazy. Bree said they be eating goop soup. Bree said they made, oh, sorry, they mad because we are so few, but we are the sauce of the world. Bars. Lone Wolf said, yes, ma'am. Bree said they be jealous because we got the Majora spirit and they don't have it. Said two times. So now we're gonna listen to this video. Oh, D said I gotta rewatch later because I came in late. No problem. So now we're gonna go into this other video real quick, and we're just gonna listen to this. I want to hear y'all opinions when she's explaining a lot of this stuff going on in her house. She's going to explain. Explain, whatever. She's going to explain the bathing habits in their home. So let's take a listen.
My family of 6 shares a family towel, and it's not dirty because you use it when you get out of the bath and you're clean. So I feel like that's a big misconception, is having a family towel and people thinking it's dirty. It's not dirty. You're in the bath first before you use it. So I don't know, that's just a big misconception, I feel like. And there's not dead skin cells all over it. I got that comment a lot. You scrub off in the shower. You're scrubbing. Or in the bath. It's technically a bath because you use family bath.
Whoa, let me just whoa. Let me pull that back real quick. Did she actually have a bathroom scrubber? Are you kidding me? Brother, what is happening here? Why are you using something that would be either for the toilet, the bathtub, the floor, or the sink to scrub your... We're going to continue.
Or in the bath. It's technically a bath because you use family bath water. We fill it up once a week.
Family bath water once a week?
But we have different options for scrubbing. We have a family loofah. We can use this scrub. You can use this. If you're having a lot of dead skin and really want to exfoliate, you can use that. Whatever you want to use. But the family towel, it stays clean because you're literally clean when you use it. Honestly, I wash it once a week. I wash it after we use it, but technically I shouldn't even have to do that. So recently I've been talking about just not washing it at all because it's clean. It's never going to get dirty because you only use it when you're clean. But yeah. I love our family bath towel. Also, we have more than one towel. We just only use one, like, for family bath night. Everybody doesn't need a separate towel. That's a waste of using towels, and then you're just gonna have to waste water if you want to wash them.
Brother, what?
But yeah, here it is. Here's the towel of the week.
So you take a family bath. First of all, she's dressed like she's in like the era of like the Dust Bowl, the Great Depression. Second of all, she's probably in her 20s, but she's looking like she's in her late 30s to 40s. Third, you're sitting up there using a brush that is meant for the bathroom on your body. Fifth, you got a family towel of which all 6 of y'all basically use, and you wash it once a week. Number 7, you take a family bath with family bath water. Number 8, you have other towels in the house, but you opt not to use those towels. Number 9, you're like, hey, I've also been talking to the family about not even washing this towel because you only use it when you're clean. Number 10, you can just put whatever you want to put there. Because I don't. This is wow. 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 I you said clean and smart. What are we talking? Huh? Excuse me? Huh? Wait. Roll that back. What? Huh? Nah, buddy. Ooh, boy. Nah, buddy. Like I said, there's a lot of videos out here about how people take baths. This ain't it. This ain't it. No. Talking about some clean and smart. Woo! That's crazy. That is crazy. So people only got bath towels and don't got washcloths? That's what we're doing? This is what we're doing? That is crazy. And then you putting the quote unquote the family towel against your face. The whole house didn't use that towel and it's only being washed like once a week. The same time that y'all take like a family bath. Is water expensive at this moment in time? Sorry, mom said I'm white and I've never heard of anything like this before. You might want to go on TikTok. I would actually highlight. I can highlight that one. You was like, we don't claim it. Yo. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Yo, this is crazy. My mind is blown. Tippy was like, I think that he just been nah, Tippy, you didn't see some people throw some comments in here before. Nah, buddy. That is woo. I don't got nothing for you. Yo, that is crazy, son. What? So yeah, I'll tell you, yo, sorry mom, go directly on TikTok and just like type in it might be like white people bath or white people taking showers or bathing, something along those lines of white people and washcloths. You'll find some videos. Trust me, I got a multitude of it's on a whole nother hard drive, but I got a multitude of videos. I think I did like a live stream and some videos about that at one point in time. It's crazy. I'm like, Lord. I'm like, I thought it was something wrong with me because I'll sit up there and take 2 to 3 showers like in a day. Well, I like showers anyway. I like hot water and whatnot. And things like that. Feels great, relaxes. The muscles. You get to just sit up there and just decompress, and and everything of that sort. So but yeah, I got nothing for you. Like I said, whatever y'all want to throw in at number 10, you can just throw whatever you want to in there because I got nothing. I got nothing there. And I really get confused when people just want to get online and start talking about this and thinking that automatically, people are going to just side with them on this. It's as if it's no matter of fact. Sorry, mom. Just type in white people in hand washing, and you'll hear a lot of people on podcasts, white people talking about they can do number 1 or number 2, and they don't wash their hands. They don't use soap. They will just do number 1, number 2, and they'll wipe real quick and then go directly to the sink, hit some water, and then dry their hands and walking out the door. I've literally seen this. I worked at Whole Foods and I didn't seen white people go directly in the bathroom, walk right out. Crazy work. That is crazy. That's how a lot of stuff be moving around in the United States. Uh, and I just thought about that too. It's like that family towel. If you got to dry yourself down, like you're drying everything down, so you got everybody's just like how can I put this? So you got the whole family's body flavors directly on that family towel. Yo, that is crazy. Oh man. Yo. Oh yeah, Sham. Yeah, Ty Floyd Mary. I did it. Yo, Sham. When I tell you I did a video on Ty Floyd Mary, when people didn't pull up and watch that video, crazy work. Crazy work directly on that Ty Floyd Mary. That woman was doing work out there. People don't like talking about that one. And she was just out there. She was making sure she was in those white communities, and she was coughing, hacking, sneezing. She was doing whatever she needed to sit up there and do to make sure that other people would get sick. She was out there. Yo, that woman was out. Somebody said, Lowe said, did y'all know that the clear plastic corners of box spring mattresses were there was to see lice? I worked for Sleep Number and I've seen some stuff at their house. Woo, that's crazy. Didn't know that. Did not know that. New Era said, I heard you heard some white folks talking about they take a. Yeah, I saw a white woman on TikTok talking about she was just done taking I did a video on her too. Well, during a live stream, a white woman talking about she did 30 or 31 days of like no bath. Ooh. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that real quick. Hold on, I got you. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull that up. Because that one that blew my mind. I'm like, man. You're a woman. You can't afford to be doing no foolishness like that. But want to tempt fate and do some stuff out here. Let me see. Now I got to do this whole thing. What is that? I got to match up the numbers that look the same. I don't know why TikTok is always asking for verification. Let me see. 30-day no bath. Let me see if I can find this woman real quick. You got a woman up here that didn't take a bath for 10 days. What are you doing? For 10 days? So so she didn't have a bath for 10 days because she was having surgery? Yeah, no, let me just put that one up there. I don't I need y'all to explain that. I don't like wouldn't you want to make sure that huh? Like what's the science behind that? Like I don't white people, when I sit up there and tell you that black people are highly confused by a lot of the things that y'all do, I mean just that we are very much confused about y'all way of life. How it is that y'all decide to move and do a variety of things directly out here, because this is foreign directly to me. So let me just throw that directly up there.
Girl just took her last shower for 10 days. Yep. No showers for 10 days.
Okay, so no shower because of the surgery, but you can still have a sponge bath.
So I've got to be at the surgery center at like, I don't know, 7:30, I think. And
so let me hold on.
Starts at 9.
So let me walk that back real quick. So my original thought process when I saw it was that she didn't have basically a bath for 10 days, just looking at the heading. But she had, I'm guessing, some baths, but now because of the surgery, tummy tuck, and everything like that, she's not going to have baths for 10 days. But from what I've understood, there are women out there that still wash the important areas. There's a certain type of name directly for that bath. I can't exactly say that due to the effect of YouTube. Some of y'all could probably write it in the comment section if you know what I'm talking about, if you know, standing directly at the sink and things of that nature. But again, you still want to make sure that you're at least clean in certain types of areas or whatnot, because again, the skin can have bacteria, and if you just so happen to have like open wounds and different things of that nature, bacteria can seep directly into that, and that can further cause an issue. Again, she's saying that she's having surgery, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
It'll be about a 6-hour procedure. I'm having a major muscle repair, extended tummy tuck, and a boob lift. So your girls can see the sunlight once again, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, I've prepared, I've prayed, I'm prayed up. I have a lot of support, and I'm ready. I'm mentally and emotionally prepared for the recovery. I've read a lot, done a lot of research. I've prepared the best that I can. So I've got a great team. I've met them a few times, and they're amazing humans. So I feel comfortable in that. And
all I'm saying is, still take a shower. I'm not a shower. Still, wipe down, because that's not going to be it's not going to be too great. It ain't going to be too great. And it's not gonna be too great. It's you can sit up there, still get a sponge bath real quick. There's a lot of people that are not even able to move, might have sensitive skin, can't afford to take a shower, but they will sit up there and get some sponge baths directly out there. Like I said, that's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. I do got another video, but I gotta try to edit this real quick. I'm gonna try to get rid of at least the music. Also, only like 55 seconds. Yeah, we can probably do that real quick. But yeah, that's crazy. Like I said, white people, y'all gotta educate us on some of this stuff here, because we are not, as the black community, we don't understand. We understand, but we don't understand at the same time. Like the whole thing with like bathing habits and doing this and not doing that, and it's like, yeah, that's not crazy. Like there was a white dude on the podcast, I think I showed y'all this before, where he was saying that using washcloths is for poor people. I'm like, huh? I'm like, who told you? Who gave you? Who handed you that logic? And was like, yeah, this is correct. You don't need to double check this and say, yeah, washcloths, poor people. So if you don't use a washcloth, you're rich. Nah, that's crazy. That is crazy. So all right, so I got it. So let me just put up this give y'all this clip real quick, because this is crazy. Woo, this man, y'all gotta listen to this one. This first one, I ain't hear this one before. Hold on, let me give y'all this.
We bathing, but we bathe very rarely.
Oh my God, I'm so happy that you're talking about this.
She didn't have a bath.
Yo, K5, what is
Like
up? What is up?
now, we basically bathe her as she asks for it because it's fun.
Wash my hands. Oh, I was gonna say that too. I don't care. I'm done. I'm done hiding it. Also, we talked about this. Yes. Boys washing their hand, that means your dick's dirty. If you have to wash your hands
What?
after you pee, what do you get, a dirty dick? Why do I have to wash my hands? For what? I'm not sticking my hand up my vagina. And you know what's crazy? And I think a lot of people do this. Like if I'm in a public restroom and there's people in the stalls, I will even, after I pee, go to the sink, wash the water, like pretend. Run the water, pretend I'm washing my hands, get out paper towels, get out. Or I'll run. I'll run out of the bathroom before the other person comes out.
My jaw is directly on the floor. K5, you said how long am I going to be live? I'm not sure. I am not too sure. But yo, what's up, brother? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Let me just see something real quick. Let me just roll right back up real quick. Let me see. Oh, so that's what Ash was talking about. You wanted to say that I don't know, but I care a lot about a lot of nothing, it seems. You might want to save those blessings for you. 'Cause let me tell you, I don't need them. K5 said was like, do you remember the Hispanic girl that I told you about with bathed twice a month? Whoo, Jesus Christ. Lord have mercy. Twice a month? Woo. Lord have mercy. That is crazy work. That is crazy work right there. But yeah, to sit up there and like you're running out the bathroom because you don't want to wash your hands. And then you're like, if a dude has to wash his hands, that just means that your genitalia is dirty. What? Huh? Bro, you know you got a such thing as like in sweating and everything, you know, like what are we even, brother? This is just I'm telling you, there's a lot worse videos. There's a lot worse videos. I wish she would have actually put it together. Because the other videos that are directly out there are crazy. They are crazy. Let me see. I'm trying to sit up there. I wonder if they actually took those down. Let me see. Wow, this woman actually ended up getting 131K likes. Oh, buddy. Oh, we gotta do this one. We gotta do it. I just gotta watch it. I want to see what she has to say. As soon as I heard her sit up there and say that white people don't know how to bathe properly, and she's white herself, it's gold. It is gold. Gotta do it. Gotta just throw it up there.
Void bathing, but we bathe very rarely.
This is what happens when you sit up there and wait, did I download it? Oh, word. So it's going to take what? It's at 40%. So it's going to take a few seconds. Because actually, I thought the video had already downloaded and it was actually the same video again, which was crazy. This is why I love live streams. You know, stuff happens. And we probably got about a few seconds left. 99%. There we go. And this should be the video here.
Some of us never learned how to shower properly, per the comments in my previous couple of videos. So today I'm going to take you through step by step on how to complete a basic No, this is not satire. Some people really never learned this. And reminder, there is no shame in not having known something. There is shame in becoming defensive about remaining ignorant and trying to make other people feel bad for having knowledge. So let's go through step by step how you're going to take a basic shower. Not even an everything shower, just your average everyday shower. So here's what you're going to need on hand, bare minimum. You're going to need a clean towel, one washcloth, a shampoo that is meant for human hair, unless you are shiny shaved bald. If your hair is more than a couple of inches long, you're going to need a conditioner that is meant for human hair. You're going to need a face wash that is meant for human faces. And you're going to need some kind of body wash.
I just want to note, I'm not sure if anybody else notices this, but she keeps reinstating. She said it 3 times that you need things that are meant for humans. So I'm trying to figure out other than the stuff that is meant for humans, what are they using? Because I'm highly confused because she is stressing that. I'm like, that's a little bit. Let's get going.
That is meant for human bodies. None of these should include dish soap. Oh, and a comb. You will also need a comb, preferably not a super fine tooth comb. So first you're going to get in the shower, get your hair wet, and you're going to comb it out with your comb while it's wet. That will help it to not tangle and break. After your hair is combed out, you're going to shampoo it. You're going to do some extra focus on your scalp. You need to be using your fingers in a motion like this on your scalp. Shampooing is not just taking your hair and smoothing it down like this. You have to scrub your scalp really good with your fingers. You should not be taking your hair and rubbing it together like this when you shampoo, because that's going to make it really tangly. Your shampoo focus should be on your scalp, but your shampoo should go through all of your hair all the way to the end. After you have scrubbed your scalp with your fingertips, you're going to rinse your hair out really, really well, more than you think you need to. If you feel like your hair or your scalp is extra dirty, you might want to shampoo again. Just repeat the same steps, rinse it out again. You need to shampoo on your body anywhere that you have hair long enough to comb. So that might include your beard. If you have a beard, that might include, for some people, armpit hair. You need to be shampooing that hair. Next, you're going to put conditioner in your hair, this time focusing on the length of your hair and not on your scalp. Especially if you feel like your hair gets greasy easily, you don't want to put it on your scalp. You just want to smooth it down the length of your hair. If you're going to be shaving some body parts, go ahead and shave them while that conditioner is sitting in your hair. If you're not shaving anything, that's fine. Let it sit for a minute. And then again, rinse it out really, really well. More than you think you need to rinse. Rinse, 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 especially on your scalp. You don't want conditioner sitting on your scalp. It's going to make your hair look greasy. Okay, now your hair is clean. You're going to take your washcloth, wet it, want to exfoliate your face too hard, you're going to irritate it. After you've used your gentle cleanser on your face, you're going to rinse it all the way off. You need to use facial cleanser on your face and not body cleanser because it's more gentle for your facial skin, because that's more delicate than the skin on your elbow, for example. After you've done your face, you're going to put some body wash on your wash rag and wash all over your body. You need to pay extra attention to any areas of your body where skin is touching each other. So that's going to include things like your armpits, if you have any folds of fat, if your boobs hang down and that makes a fold on your body, you're going to do extra attention to that spot. You need to be using the washcloth on all of you, including your feet and your legs. If you have mobility issues, you might want to get like a scrubber with a handle so that you can reach your back. After you've used your washcloth or your scrubber on all of your body, you're going to rinse it off really well. You don't want soap sitting on your skin because that's going to irritate your skin later. Then last up, you're going to rinse out that washcloth really well, put some more body wash on it, and you're going to use it to wash your booty. This is going to include your booty crack. This is going to include your junk in any folds. It is not going to include putting that soap inside any orifices that you may have, okay? This is outdoors only. After you've soaked up the outside of your junk, including any crevices, then you need to, again, rinse it out really well because the soap is going to irritate you. The reason we do the steps in this order is because you conditioned your hair. After you rinse that out, that conditioner is going to get on your body, and you want to have done that before you wash your body off. Because if you wash your body first and then you rinse the conditioner, you let that conditioner sit on your body, that can give you body acne. And then we do the steps in that order if you're only using one washcloth, because we're going to go face first. So using a clean washcloth on your face. Then you're going to do your body because that washcloth has only touched your face. And then last, you're going to do your butt because you don't want to put your butt germs on the rest of your body. If you're using a separate washcloth just for your butt, you can do your butt in whatever order you want. But again, this is just basics, bare minimum if you only have one washcloth. Okay, next you're going to get out of the shower. You're going to dry everything off all the way. Anywhere where there's a crevice on your body, that needs to get completely dry or it's going to be stinky. So again, that includes any folds that you may have. You need to dry them with a towel. If you need to, get a little fan, dry them out extra, do that. Then you're going to comb your hair out again while it's wet. You're going to put deodorant on your armpits. You're going to put an SPF moisturizer on your face. I would highly, highly recommend having an extra moisturizer to go on your body, especially if you are using bar soap on your body. If you're using any kind of bar soap on your body, you really need to be moisturizing after. If you're using a moisturizing liquid body wash, sometimes you can get away with not moisturizing, but I would still recommend moisturizing. If when you get out of the shower, you could use any of the following words to describe your skin: tight, squeaky, shiny, itchy, any of that, you need to moisturize it. That's just because it's dry. And if you're thinking to yourself, we're just taking the oil away and putting it back, yes, we are. It's like changing clothes. You got to change the oil on your body. Just like you've heard that cooking oil can go rancid, the oil on your body will go rancid, and that is stinky. We don't want to be stinky. If you have put on a body moisturizer, let that soak in for a few minutes before you put your clothes on. And then you are done. We are completely clean. We are moisturized. We are wearing deodorant. Put on your clothes. Call it a day. And there you have it. That is your basic shower routine. If you already knew this, good for you. Some people don't know that, and that's okay. Now you know. We're not going to make fun of each other in the comments. Go forth and be clean.
I'm just trying to Jesus. I did not know that this was a thing. Shout out to her for doing a PSA. Shout out to her. I highly believe that when she goes into any bathroom, she properly washes her hands. After she done went through all of these steps, I fully believe that this is the first woman, Caucasian, that I've ever seen that will actually wash her hands properly. This is the first woman that I've been able to see because of how she went through and explained all these steps in detail. And even within detail, she had an A through D for those D. She didn't miss a beat. She didn't skip over nothing. She even mentioned having dual washcloths. She even mentioned that as well too. And I know that is very foreign, especially in a lot of white homes. This is wow. Holy crap. Holy crap. That is crazy. Wow. But then you had TC that said, yeah, she's crazy. That's too much washing. She's not going to last very long. What does that mean, last very long? Are you saying that she's going to be going like the Wicked Witch of the West, and then she's just going, I'm melting? Like what like what specifically do you mean that she's not going to last very? I can promise you she's clean. I can promise you that. If I were to walk by her directly in a market, I can promise you if she's wearing like just like perfume or something light, you're going to smell that. You ain't about to be smelling no type of BO. I can promise you that. Because like I said, she was very specific in the order, in detail. Now going through the markets of today, I can tell you that there are some people out there that got some BO. B-O-B-O-B-O-O-O-O. Shout out to any anime fans that know Big O. Shout out to you. Much love. Much love. But yeah, that's crazy. Wow. That's crazy. Like I said, I got nothing. I don't even know. And I just randomly stumbled upon that over the simple fact that she had about 131K directly on there. And then there's fields of other, like, what did I type in? So if y'all go to TikTok right now and you type in white people bathing, there are fields of videos directly up there talking about white people bathing and showering and everything of the sort. And oh, was this the video right there? Oh yeah. Just so okay. Right. So y'all heard that video where the white woman basically explained everything to do with bathing pertaining specifically to white people, right? So let's just go over why she has to put videos out even like this, right? Let me just give you this one example. This is a classic one. I remember this too. So let me just put this. Should be the right video.
Washcloth is for poor people, but I
Yeah.
don't think that washing your legs and feet is for black people.
I agree. I think the washcloth is a poor person thing. Because
I've only met poors who use them. I've never met.
Wait, but is it also European? Because I have European friends that do it as well.
Maybe they're poor. I don't know.
I don't know. But we never did in my house.
No,
there was
it's
no
disgusting.
time for that.
I know. I've ended friendships when I saw washcloths. I'm serious. I don't want that stink on me, that like poor stink.
Yeah. But I don't understand. I guess it is just so that you don't have to touch your hands to your genitals.
We don't have that much soap to go around.
Is that the utility? Or is the utility like, I don't have to touch my bare butt or my bare genitals?
I don't know.
My bare. I think it's more of a puritanically rooted thing of like, I don't want to touch my bits. Oh no.
This dude literally said that. Let me go back.
I think using washcloth is for poor people, but
white people. What's happening here? This white man literally said that I think using washcloths is for poor people. Oh, dear God. Sweet mother of Christ. That is crazy. I'll be poor for my whole life then. I'll be poor and clean, I'll tell you that. Because that is crazy work. And then he was like making jokes, like, oh, we don't got enough soap, so I got to put it on this washcloth. No, I mean, realistically, if you just like wastefully just pouring a whole bunch of body shampoo in your hand and just like what? Brother, Jesus Christ. And then talking about you ended friendships because you went into the bathroom and saw people that got washcloths. This is let me sit up there and tell you something. If at any moment in time that I actually got like, some white friends and whatnot, this is why we really didn't like eat other people's. This is why we don't really eat at your house. Let me just this is exactly why. We're not trying to have a Seinfeld moment where you sitting up there washing and making salad directly in the shower, and we're not we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And not to mention the fact that I got a video up here where a white woman had her dog at the holiday table, and she allowed the dog to lick out of the whole container of the whipped cream. And she was like, yeah, take all that you want and all this other type of stuff. And even the dad, he was like, yo, what are you doing? It's like, you letting the dog look out of the container. She was like, oh, it's not even that serious. Like, okay, fine. I'll just sit up there and take a spoon and scoop out the part that the dog licked on. No, that whole container is the dog's. That whole container is for the dog. Do not put that container back in that refrigerator. Leave that directly out where the dog. Matter of fact, put that at the dog house outside. Put it by the tree. Put it by the fence. Put it by the shrubs, the bushes, whatever you need to do. Put that anywhere but inside this house. White people. What is this? You got to be kidding me. Let me just get this straight, right? So going back to Europe, so you mean that it was only the poor people that was dying by the plague, right? It was only the poor whites in Europe dying by the plague. The rich whites, they were like, we don't wear we don't use washcloths. We barely even bathe. Y'all got queens over there in Europe that only bathe 3 times out of their life. And you got the nerve to sit up there. Brother, you can't make this up. Hold on, let me highlight this. Look at the racist black person stereotyping white people. How did I stereotype? If I'm allowing white people to explain, I literally just played a video of a white woman telling other white people how to bathe. This is the same thing that the Moors went to Europe and was teaching white people. But you're saying that I'm stereotyping. Huh? I played another video where a young white woman was talking about how they take family baths once a week and use the family towel of which they wash once a week. But I'm racist? I'm stereotyping? But I'm allowing white people to basically tell their story? That's crazy. Yo. That is crazy. That's diabolical. Mm, mm, mm. That's crazy. You know, I love when people happen to call me racist. But see, this is like I said before, and I know that you're not black. Um, so the craziest part about that is, well, better yet, let me put it to you like this. I know that you're not black American. The craziest part about somebody deciding to call me racist is that you will stay here long enough in order to either hear a response, get a response, or for me to basically acknowledge that you're here. Because that's the main reason that you left a comment. You wanted to be acknowledged that, hey, I disagree. See my comment. Because if I was actually racist, you wouldn't be here. That's the problematic thing whenever it is that people tend to write this. Because if, like I said before, I never in my point in time would I ever want to sit up there and have a conversation with somebody from like the 3Ks. I ain't trying to sit up there and do that. I'm like, yo, you got your point of view and your way of life. I already know how it is. I ain't trying to sit up there and convert you. I ain't trying to make sense of nothing. I already see what it is. You got it. You good. You on that side. I'm on my side. It's that simple. But for whatever reason, every single time I happen to have a live stream, you know, every once in a while, quite frequently, you have people, you know, pull directly up and be like, I said you're racist. Oh man, I love it though. I love it. But you know, everybody got their point of view. You know, everybody got their point of view. You know, if you know, I guess I'm a racist, right? But I put it to like this: if I'm racist, I learn from the best. I didn't just, you know, get this by way of God. I learned from my environment, aka the United States, who was basically running at white folks. So, you know, just saying. I'm just gonna put that directly out there. But nah, people will sit up and say, you're going too far. You know, it'd be like that though. Shan was like, I know any trolls commenting are snitching on themselves. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Like I said, people got more of a problem with me talking about this than the actual people that are explaining and going over the topic from their own mouths. That's some crazy work. That show you something right there. You got more of a problem with me having commentary on this versus the actual people saying that this is the stuff that they don't do. Yo. Cash was like, since we're all being honest here, don't forget that Drake put hot sauce in his condom after he was done with the woman. Yeah, he had to, because you got, you know, women out here that are opportunists and they want to get a quote unquote a quick bag, and that's what she tried to do. And then she also tried to sue him. And I'm trying to figure out still to this day what law firm was really trying. Like, do you know how insane it is? This is like, I'm glad you actually mentioned. I would highlight it, but you know, you ended up cussing at the tail end of that. The craziest part about that whole thing dealing with Drake is the fact that it's like, what's the law firm? Like, that law firm needs to be outed. I'm like, dog, how crazy do you have to be as a law firm and a lawyer to try to take that case and to make it seem like she's a reasonably sound, sane, logic person for going into the trash to get a used condom that was tied up, to untie used condom, to reverse said used condom, and to then place inset used condom inside of oneself, reversed, to try to get pregnant. And then you inevitably get burned because there was probably some white ghost pepper hot sauce in there. That's you trying to sit up there and sue for damages. Who told you to do it? Like I said, in this world, anything is possible. If you got people that can sue McDonald's for quote unquote making them fat, anything is possible. Anything is possible. That's basically what I've learned, from the whole Drake situation. Carl said, "Oh, is that the dude that talked about not using a washcloth? Ironic, since I just got out of the shower using soap and a washcloth. Yeah, it'd be like that." Third Eye says, "Speaking of which, Shannon Sharp. Yeah, the funniest thing is I got the what's the name on Shannon Sharp. And yo, okay, what is up? What is up? What is up? I actually have the what's the name dealing with Shannon Sharp. I would have to, because I did want to actually read and go over that, but I would have to make sure to block out some words because vulgarity, social media platforms, things of that nature. So what I'm going to do now, as I'm actually talking to you guys, I'm going to actually work on editing that. It would have took me a little bit longer, so the live stream would have probably started later, which means we would have been reaching like the 5 or 6 o'clock mark. So I'm trying to have a certain timeline, so that you guys got the rest of the day to yourself, stuff of that nature. So let me see if I can get the Shannon Sharp, what's the name here? Let me see. Who, for a brief second, I thought I actually uploaded that. I was like, ooh, that's bad. Would have been bad. Let me see. Let me see what we got here. I got to actually zoom this in for myself. Put it right there. And we got to blur out. I wish the blur feature was actually a little bit better. I might have to make the brush size a little bit smaller. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, dog collar when you're cheek to cheek, orchestrated, unedited, provided a copy and unedited version of the team. Explicit messages, Mr. Sharp, clearly for consensual. Let me just block that out just because. For example, so let me just make sure that I got everything blurred out that needs to be blurred out on that one. That was consensual, and I'm just gonna put consensual in nature. Try to just make sure. All right, so now we can go to the next one. So I got one more, and then we can just, kind of like read and go over that. So just so people know what part of the live stream we're going to be on, let me just put Shannon Sharp's face directly up there. Like the picture I got is classics. All right. So we're going to be, talking about Shannon Sharp real quick. And, and going over, a few of the things that were, stated. Let me go to edit real quick. So I know some of y'all probably heard some of the stuff that was listed. It is crazy. Let me see. Gravy. Okay, yeah, we got to block that part out and put that in there. Similar photographic, communications, pictures, and including language. Blame the secret taping. Council, Mr. Conducts. Yeah, I gotta make sure to block that out. Yeah. Submit they were egregious. Firms of truth. Looks like due process, facts of law. All right, let me go back because I think. Okay, yeah. So we should be good. So yeah, now we got it. We're completely golden, so I can just download those real quick. So let's download it. Now I just got to place those directly. Yeah, the whole thing with Shannon Sharpe is crazy because the other reason I wanted to talk about this is because for a minute, specifically with the Black community, you had a lot of people that wanted to try to say that Shannon Sharpe was gay, which is crazy. Again, I'm not sure specific where people sat up there and got it from. I get that people can assume because of some things, but you don't 100% know. So now we're at the point in time where you got a woman stating that he went after her, for lack of a better word, because again, YouTube is sensitive on some stuff, so that's the way I gotta basically state it, right? Let me roll down here. So we're gonna go. Whoops, that's not it. Okay, yeah. So this is number one. So I'm going to read it directly off of a larger side, but y'all can see it directly in front of you. It says, statement by Lanny J. Davis, counsel of Shannon Sharpe. These are just the text messages, right? It says, one text message said, I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while we are doing things, right? And that was stated by Gabriella. Another message said, I know you miss this big, juicy such and such. It's $25K for each cheek, right? And it said the lawsuit filed by Gabriella and orchestrated by her attorney, Tony Busby, is a blatant and cynical attempt to shake down Mr. Sharpe for millions of dollars. It is filled with lies, distortions, and misrepresentations, and it will not succeed. In her effort to extract a large financial settlement, Miss Gabriella presented Mr. Sharpe with a secretly recorded video of consensual encounters. We believe the video has been heavily edited and taken entirely out of context, crafted to falsely portray a consensual act as non-consensual. Ms. Gabriella has refused to provide a copy of the full unedited version of the recording to Mr. Sharpe's legal team. To set the record straight, we are releasing several of Miss Gabriella's own explicit text messages to Mr. Sharpe that clearly indicate the nature of the relationship was consensual and consensual in nature between both parties, and in many cases initiated by her with specific and graphic requests, contrary to allegations she made in her lawsuit, stating that the consensual engagements continued until January 2nd of 2025, the day after she asked for $25K per cheek, as quoted above from her text message to Mr. Sharpe. And there are other examples of text from Miss Gabriella, right? So then we go to the second one. So let me put that one directly up there for you guys. Go back to image. Right. So the second page said, another text message said, only if you put that baby gravy baby gravy in me, then I guess that was supposed to be you, but I guess then I can do whatever I want to. Then you can do, I guess supposed to be like, then you can do whatever you want to me. Another text message that she has said that I want to put my tongue in your expletive and then marry you. Another one said, that's my daddy expletive. I want you to put big black babies in me. Another one said, you better crave it because you're going to be stuck with it for life after you put a big black baby in me. Yo, these sex messages are wild. Next, it said these messages are just a sampling of a broader pattern of graphic communications, graphic and expletive, communications initiated by Miss Gabriella. The evidence paints a clear picture that this was consensual adult relationship that included role-playing language and fantasy scenarios explicitly requested by Miss Gabriella. The edited tape of Miss Gabriella secretly taped and showed to Mr. Sharp during her blackmail attempt tries to falsely portray it as a result of portray it as a result of this editing and out of context from prior text messages that the activity was not consensual. But Mr. Sharp now believes her secret taping was all part of her plan set up as part of her blackmail scheme, distorted by her edited tape, a copy of which she refused to make available to Mr. Sharp or his counsel. Mr. Sharp categorically denies all allegations of coercion or misconduct, especially the gross lies of grape, and will not submit to what he sees as an egregious attempt at blackmail. He stands firmly by the truth, is prepared to fight these false claims vigorously in court. He looks forward to vindication through due process and a judgment based on the facts of the law. This is crazy. Woo! Those text messages, let me tell you. Wow. Wow. That's some crazy stuff right there. Let me tell you. Let me tell you there. Wait, Tiffy said you missed my comment about the white girl and the boyfriend. Yeah. Probably I might have. Third Eye says Shannon Sharp got a chick on the money grab. Shannon released text message between him and her, and he made it known that their interaction was 100%. Yeah, it was consensual. She has like this whole like I said, this type of stuff you can hear this a lot. You can hear you hear stuff like this a lot. Matter of fact, even during the times of people just being teenagers, this would be stuff that you would have teenagers sitting up there just like talking and going back and forth and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, that's like some normal like type of talking and conversations. That's just normal type of stuff. But yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Sham said, I don't know nothing about the story. Tippy said, last time I heard about Shannon Sharp, he was recording himself doing an ass. Yeah, he, as he stated before, it was like a misdial, so to speak, and never used IG or anything like that. And, buttons got hit in the moment. Probably, moving the phone around or whatnot or whatever. And, stuff was happening. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Tippy said the tight pants and the orange purse he wore. Third Eye said it's the same lawyer who tried to railroad Jay-Z and Beyonce. Yeah, Busby, yeah, I've heard that name before. I meant to mention that when I was reading it off, but yeah. But yeah. That's some crazy work. And I'm pretty sure that's how Shannon was sitting up there looking. And as soon as he heard these allegations, he was like, what? Pulled those glasses down real quick. Like, what is this? Yo, that is crazy. Shannon was like, I never want to be that famous. Carl said $25K for each sheet. Come on, man. Third Eye said the lawyer representing chick is the same one who tried. Yeah. Lowe said, I would say that cuz play on both sides of the fence. D Money said, tricking gone wrong. Tippy said, wait, this might be the same Hispanic chick on the recorded video. Well, voice recorded video. You know what? Just thinking about that, maybe that might be. No, I thought he said that her name was I thought it started. No. They said that girl, her name started with an M. This is somebody different. T. Carter said the outfit in the first picture was a telltale sign, though. I mean, I don't know, but see, this is what I'm saying. Like somebody said online, so it's like, all right. At one moment, people wanted to say that without any type of proof. People wanted to say that Shannon Sharp was gay. All right, but then the IG thing came out, and then people kind of went silent. But then it was like, okay, well, he might not be that. He's just, he's just like bi. He's like, you could be with a woman that don't mean nothing, right? So now we got this lawsuit. That's another one. And it's like people are still just don't know. And then the dude is like, so what's next? Y'all gonna there's only I'm not going to sit up there and say what that is, but there's only, one other thing that people can just try to potentially say. And I'm like, yeah, it'd be crazy. And I want to be very specific about this. When it deals with like accusations, only specifically black out of this whole world, only black men have to deal with, I'm sorry, black American men, only black American men have to deal with the aspect of people trying to assume or position a black boy, young black man, or black man in general, American black man, as being gay somehow, some way, which is crazy because in every other community, you don't see this. You don't see this in the Latin community. You don't see this in the white community. You don't see this with like the Arabs, the Africans, and so on and so on and so on. And I've seen a lot of white dudes dress flamboyant as all get out, mannerisms and everything. And ain't nobody saying nothing. And that dude sleeping with a whole bunch of women. So it's, like I said, go back to the rock and roll of like the 80s, where you had a lot of white dudes sitting up there literally in the women's section. I'm talking about eyeliner, the makeup. They got the other types of makeup, and like I said, I don't know every single name of makeup, so I'm just saying makeup twice. But y'all know what I'm saying. Everything dealing with the hair, the thigh high boots and the tights and everything like that. Like I said, it was crazy work, and them dudes was as flamboyant as all get out with how they was dressing, but wasn't nobody trying to question their sexuality. Crazy. But if you're a black dude though, oh yeah, everybody's like, nah. That one right there, we know what he is. I'm like, that's crazy. That is crazy. Third, I said 50K just for one female. If I kick out 50K, she better bring two more of her female friends. Yo. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. D Money said, oh, she in a race play. Yeah, she into that a bit. She ain't go off on the deep end, but she there. Lowe said they made tricking a normal thing. Yep. Shane was like, I think I'm too young to be hearing this. D Money said, so she ate that man up and now she wants to sue. That's some crazy work. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Third Eye said, Bow Chicka Wow Wow gone wrong. Tippy said why they couldn't keep it on the phone to themselves. Oh, yo. Lowe said any dudes that let anyone lick their back. Hey, it's whatever people doing out here. I ain't even sitting up there judging. It's whatever they sitting up there doing. Like I said, I don't need to know what people doing. I didn't even know any of this was going down up until it was listed by way of a text message. That's whatever they doing. That's some crazy work. Oh man. Just even reading that was crazy. Bullet said, who is this man on screen? That's Shannon Sharp. To be sitting up there laughing. Tippy said these Asian boy bands. LOL, I question that. Oh, you talking about K-pop? I'm telling you, like, when it deals with like K-pop, they're more so on like the 80s type of thing. Them dudes, they can dress any which way that they want. I done seen them wear pearls and everything. And you will never see any women out here questioning if those dudes are straight or not. You'll never hear women questioning them at all. Matter of fact, I've even seen white dudes sitting up there wearing pearls. Never got questioned. Never got questioned. Unless somebody your whole hair, you're no longer a man. Like I said, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. Diabolical in nature. But it'd be like that. Lily, I thought that was Pod at first. Lily Paz said, what is up? what is going on. But yeah, like I said before, this whole thing is crazy by itself. That whole thing right there is crazy by itself. And it's like, I'm not sure, like maybe she didn't get the money that she desired, but she still got paid at the end of the day. It's like, yo, let me just explain it to you like this. This is literally uh uh she's messing up the game for a lot of other women directly out there. Because let me just put this out there. You're a woman making 25K for sleeping with a guy, what, once? 25K? Or anywhere in the thousands? Dog, you are messing this up for a lot of us because you feel like you are worth more. Like, no, maybe you need more clientele. Maybe you need, more clientele directly out there. That's crazy. I'm like, and I think Shannon even said before, like, he is very specific on the people that he even messes with because you got stuff like this that basically happens. Like I said, yo, a lot of women who this is their livelihood or this is how they really get money. Yeah, it's curtains. Like I said, she lucky she is listed. Oh no, she ain't even a Jane Doe. I forgot her name is actually out there. So yeah, if they find out if there's other women like connected to her, oh yeah, they're gonna be blacklisted. They're gonna be like, yo, we're blacklisting her and we're blacklisting anybody that's even friends or associated with her. Like I said, she's gonna be messing up money for a lot of women. And Shannon Sharp and many other dudes out there, they are willing to sit up there and spend because they got expendable money. They can just throw money directly out there. Like, dog, you talking about 25K and he's fine with giving you that? And you sitting up there doing this because you think that you're about to just be like retired forever? Nah, son. You just messed it up. You about to be making an OF real quick. Let me tell you that. Yeah, that's what you're about to be doing. You flying a little bit too close to the sun. Like, that is crazy. That is crazy. What was it? Low said they sharing too much information, too much of their private business to the world. Well, no, this is only because of the lawsuit. That's the only reason why this information is even out there, because she wants to sue him. She wants to basically say that he went after her by way of using force. And this has been happening for about like a year or whatnot or whatever. I'm like, that don't even make no sense. Like, that literally makes no sense. Like, so you mean from what? What was it? What was it? 20? You said until 2025. So let me see. What was the first date? In the case initiated specific revenue. Continued until 2025. Yeah, so basically from 2023 all the way to 2025. That's when she's saying that, Shannon Sharp was just actively just like going at her with force. But I'm like, so how is that even? How does that work? I've never heard of a woman being attacked in that manner, willfully going over to somebody's home for like a year and some change. Like, that don't even make sense. Like where are we at right now? I'm like, how is this even credible? And this is why I sit up there and tell a lot of women out here, it's women like this that mess it up for actual victims. It's women like this that will mess this up for actual victims. Like, a lot of victims will never actually get justice because you got women like this that just don't want to work. They want to just use this as a quick cash grab because they know that this is a guy. And a lot of women can just say anything and people will believe it and just eat it up. Like, that's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. Like I said before, a lot of people wanted to go off on the deep end and just fully believe that Shannon Sharp was gay without any type of proof. So like I said, if people are willing to sit up there and believe that without any shred of evidence, I promise you have a lot of people out here that believe this whole lawsuit. Even though you can clearly read the text messages of what it is that is being texted. Crazy. No, third, I heard that before. You said black men are far more masculine than many other men, but we are under the microscope for how we move, dress, talk, and yeah, that's true. Lo said, don't forget the man purse that they're into. Yeah. Tibby said, I think we have a racist Riddler in the chat. I mean, it'd be like, I mean, I pretty much just ignored that. I'm like, you're gonna be talking to yourself. You're gonna be talking to yourself. Lo said, I'm speaking in general. No, I got you. Tibby said, well, that's on the men too. He already knew how she was. I mean, I don't know. If you just sitting up there like paying somebody, you don't really know nothing. You just like, hey, this is what it is. Business deal. Bow. Okay. There, there we go. Ain't nobody, really deep diving and, and stuff like that. But yeah, like I said, it's women like this that just be messing up two different ways. She messing up for actual victims, and she's messing up for other women out there that are actually professional about their business. That's some crazy work. Like I said, there used to be a point in time where you would have women out here doing whatever it is that they're doing, and they would just shut up. They know the business, they know what the game is, and it's like, yo, you hear no words, you don't even know what it is that they doing because they move in silence. They ain't out here gossiping, they ain't out here talking. Like I said, you got too many women out here trying to be the next Karen Steffens. A lot of younger generation don't know who that is, but if you know, you know. You got too many women that's trying to be the next Karen Steffens, trying to just go out there and just get some hype and some fame real quick off of a guy's name, like and just build something from that. Like I said, that's crazy, dog. Like that's almost like worse than a drug game right there. Like that is crazy. Matter of fact, that's just right up there. That's right up there with the drug game. Like people trying to, a lot of these women trying to get like a quick fix or a quick way out, and it's like, nah, you ain't about to get out that way. It's like it's gonna be a way worse. Let me tell you. GJ Fady said, just tuned in. What is the topic? So right now, what you see directly in front of you is the statement dealing with the lawsuit between Shannon Sharp and a woman that he was seeing having consensual and engaging relations with. And she decided that she wanted to flip the script and say that for about a year plus, Shannon Sharp was going directly after her while she was voluntarily coming directly to his home to engage in certain acts, and along with either requesting or receiving you know monies, having a business deal. And in front of you can see some of the text messages directly there released by Shannon's lawyer, trying to let people know that, hey, this is a consensual thing in between both parties. You can tell by the text messages, you can look at the tone, you can look at the responses, and it wasn't what it is that she's trying to make it seem to be, because she secretly recorded things that went on between the both of them physically. And seemingly the video that she recorded is misrepresenting the relationship, that the business relationship that both parties had. Tippy said, who? I don't know her. Well, Tippy, if you just type in Karen Steffens and you'll see. She is the main reason why you got a lot of women out here thinking that you can be like an Amber Rose or a Kim Kardashian and stuff like that. Because like before her, you didn't really have women. Like she's the reason that you have video vixens, like basically talking. Like they had the video vixen tapes, and they would the vixens would be talking about the celebrity men that they would be sleeping with and all this. I'm like, dog, y'all doing way too much talking. I'm like, this is gonna, like, nobody gonna be really trying to mess with you after this. Whatever your price point was during that time, it has fell steeply. Like your stocks are down. Your stocks are down at this moment in time. Like I said, a lot of dudes, they just want to, like, if they happen to roll directly into town, that just is. You got somebody from the NFL, the NBA, wherever these dudes are making multi-millions of dollars, and they're not, directly tied down to a woman. Meaning, I'm talking about they don't got a girlfriend, they don't got a fiance or wife. If they're in town, that's what it is. They'll sit up there and call somebody up real quick, but like, yo, let's make it do what it do. I'll even, sit up there. We can, even make it like a date or something like that. Take you out, all this other type of stuff, and yada yada yada. And that would be it. But you got a lot of these women out here that's like, no, I would rather sit up there and be internet famous. I wanna be like one of these baddies directly out here. I want other men sitting up there chasing, and I'm like, man. But like I said, it's everything as quickly as things escalate or as quickly as things can rise, they will also fall. And that is what is going to happen. There's going to be a severe depression that is going to take place dealing with this market. One of those took place during the pandemic. You had a lot of women that had a certain price point, but things weren't going the way that they were going. So you had those discount prices. You had those discounts that were directly out there. And again, the exact same thing is going to happen because you got too many people running out there because they think that it's quick, easy money. It's a quick way to fame. To now you want to start doing like music, or this is your way to hurry up and get pregnant by like a rapper or some dude out there that got multi-millions of dollars. Because like I said, it's just crazy out here, man. It is crazy. It is crazy. It is crazy. But yeah, Tippy, all you gotta do is look that up. Tippy said that's a bad thing to do. Keep her body count low. Why, as a man, you want to add directly to it? It'd be like that. DJ Fady said that's how fame is to people. Some are just clout sniffers just to smell the ish afterwards. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's 100% facts. But my main point is, like I said before, you got a lot of women that do stuff like I said, at the end of the day, and I've stated this a multitude of times, there are people out there there are women out there that work in the industry. Like I said, for those women that this is like their career, this is what they do, all power to you. Like I said, all respect to you. That's your chosen road that you wanted to do. You made that decision as a grown woman to get into that. Everything, that can potentially happen. That's how you decide to make your money. You're in control directly of that. No problem. Same thing with a lot of the logical women who decide to go into like OF and stuff like that. No problem. That's what you want to do. Like I said, the main problem that I have is like the wishy-washy types that decide that they want to like dibble and dabble in the industry, but they don't want to deal with the full totality of it. I'm like, yeah, I don't respect that, because I'm like, that's crazy to me. I'm like, if you got people out here that's like, yo, this is my career, I'm going to stick it out no matter how it basically goes, and I want to figure it out. I respect that more versus somebody that's like, I'm here and I'm there. I'm like, nah. It's like you on that flip flop type of thing, and that's disrespectful. Like, you got people that do this as a livelihood. This is right up there with that. What's that girl? That white girl, that thin white girl that showed up there on OF before and just brought everything down. What was her name? Bella Thorne. Yeah, she sat up there and single-handedly messed that up for the SW workers that been holding up that platform. And I'm like, yo, that's egregious. That's crazy. I'm like, they were basically doing well. They had a certain payment. They were able to basically, at one point in time on that platform, if you are a SW worker for the content or whatever it is that you're doing, you can basically, I think you should have been able to pull your money out within a 24-hour period or something like that. And then they were like, because of Bella Thorne and everything that she did, they had to basically, extend the amount of time that it took for you to pull your money. So instead of it being 24 hours, it might be about some days or some weeks or whatever it was. Like, she completely jacked everything up because dudes, for whatever reason, dudes out here were like hungry directly to see her and all this other type of stuff. And she went directly up there and she didn't give the show that guys expected. And dudes are like, all right, we're gonna, sit up there and do some sendbacks real quick. We're going to sit up there and do that real quick because this is a misrepresentation of what we expected. She made it seem like it was going to be this, that, and the third, and it wasn't that. And then her sister jumped on there and basically did that. And I think you had some other women that did the same. Like I said, you got a lot of these women that will mess it up for other women. That's my main point, and they don't get called out. Don't get called out. A lot of those women came in there for just some quick money. I think Bella Thorne, she made like some millions real quick and then dipped out. Crazy work. hurting the other woman that's directly there that's been doing this for like years for a career before she even knew what that was. Like I said, it was crazy work. Crazy work. Hack said back in a few. Peace all. Okay, gotcha. Tippy said, shouldn't be a career. It's sad, but men rule that society. Um, this is the thing. I this is the way I put it before, and this is, like watching things such as like Cops and whatnot. I hated the episodes where, you would hear the stories of women who this is their profession, this is how they decided to move and live, and things will be happening. I'm like, man, that's tough, right? Because it's a business thing. At the end, it's the oldest business, pretty much in the world, and it's something that was happening before me during my time, and it's going to happen after, right? And then after that. And it's crazy that when you got this type of thing, that you got things that happen that shouldn't be happening, right? Because people decide that they want to devalue, disrespect, said person. And my thing was, when it came into the whole thing of OF, I'm like, all right, I feel like a lot of those, instead of those women being on the street and all this and walking, I'm like, yo, I'd rather them just be making content and doing all. I'm talking about the ones who professionally just do this, like this is their livelihood. I'm like, yo, instead of you having like a pimp and doing all this other type of stuff, just be safe directly on the internet from whatever hotel that you at, or whatever house that you got. Just create stuff and just do that. You're in control of how your body's used. The pictures, ain't nobody taking no cuts, directly from the money. Ain't nobody putting hands directly on you. You don't got to worry about like any of these random dudes in these cars, trying to do this or that, or potentially, try to take your life because they don't want to pay, or they feel like they got ownership because they gave you like, $20, $50, whatever it is. It should not be a career, but you can't dictate how it is that people want to use their bodies. I mean, you got dudes out here doing the exact same thing, and they do this for a career. Like I say, you can look at the industry, the certain movie industry directly out here, and you got guys that have been sitting up there doing this for a long time. Famous dudes have been doing this for a long time. And that is their career. That is literally their bread and butter. That is how they make money. They don't got no side hustle, no side jobs, and nothing like that. So, like I said, how grown adults decide that they, want to do it. That's what they want to do. Sham said a Great Depression is coming after a huge economic collapse. Is going to be a rough few years next. Yes. But people will weather the storm, and some things will come, directly through that, and people have to navigate it. Tippy said, I hate it, but I rather see adult women off the streets and do OF. Why walk the streets at night? Be safe inside of a house still sucks. I mean, yeah. Tippy said you can't say that women created that business. I mean, both parties did. Both parties are a part of it. At the end of the day, because I put it to you like this: during the height, and I think I gave y'all, in a sense, an insight to this when I did like a live stream during the pandemic. There was one woman, I think she was like in the UK or whatnot or whatever. She was bringing in 500 a month just by the content that she was doing. Like, I don't think people understood, like at the height during the time of the pandemic, like how much these women were sitting up there like really pulling in. Like, this is the reason that you got a lot of women right now trying to go directly into like OF. Like they caught, they weren't there during like the first wave, so they're like trying to figure out when the second wave is going to happen so they can, in a sense, be there and whatnot. But both parties are directly directly in there. Both parties are there. Both parties are directly there. I don't even know, you're somebody talking about like some Democrat stuff. Like I said, I don't even, you were completely off topic. Um, Sam said, what happened to the volume? Wait, what you mean? You said it's back? Wait, I thought the volume was good. I mean, I could see it on my end, but Third eye said, I've had females who lied to me saying that I was in a relationship with them to keep other women from talking to me. And I had other females lie and said had relationships with me for money. Yeah, it'd be tough. It'd be tough. Stuff like that be happening. That just means, you out there, you top commodity, sir. You are top commodity, top shelf. When it deals with the women out there. Glory to the winner. Be like that. Tippy said the uh the rapist and that they force women to do that. Remember, women don't rule anything back then. Well, Tippy, I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about, like right now where women are doing stuff. And then on top of that, that was the what was that white girl named Heidi Fleiss or whatever it was. You got women, you got madams directly out here. You got women that be running, stuff and doing things of that nature. So yeah, it's like I said, you got both parties directly out here that be, directly in part, with it. And the funniest thing, like I said before, is it don't matter. It don't matter what dudes are out here doing. Women can always make way more money doing this than men. A dude can be with like 1,000 women, have a thousand different like films or whatnot or whatever. It ain't gonna be matching up to what some of these women are pulling up on OF right now. It's not even gonna match up. And again, going back to the height of the pandemic, where that one girl 500K a month, those are Now I want people to realize those are video game industry numbers that she was hitting just off of her content. Crazy work. Like Fortnite was bringing in per month at the height when it did the battle royale. It was bringing in anywhere from 500 plus K like a month, like crazy numbers. Third eye said, now I was a brokey. All eyes had was looks. This man crazy. This man said, point is a lot of women will lie if they think it will benefit them, especially if they think that they can get money off of men. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what this is. Sham said, the institution has been around in tribal times, and when civilizations came about, both males and females institutions was in all civilizations. Even the Bible has records of it. Yeah. I remember the story of one woman that was up there. Tippy said, okay, fine, both are at play. Third said, wait, was that a repeat? Yeah, okay, it was a repeat. Sham said also, in some civilizations, a concubine was just considered a royal institution. Yeah. Right. D Money said, unfortunately, my feet pics weren't bringing in much money, so I closed my Yo, oh my goodness. Third eye says, sorry for the typos. Big hands and small keyboard. Don't mix. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that, especially if you're a gamer and your own controllers. Yeah, it'd be like that. Let me tell you, it 100% be like that. Tippy was like feet picks. Yeah, I mean, you got, like I said, hey, I ain't judging. A lot of people into different things. You got some dudes that's into feet. It'd be like that. But whatever. However it works for people is however it works. Like I said, you got somebody out there for somebody going through X. I can see a lot of random stuff every now and again, which is crazy. And I'm like, well, that's how people get down. Shan was like, D Money lives up to his name. That's crazy. That is diabolical. But yep, that is pretty much it. I'm just gonna leave it off of that and put it up with the great Black Chun-Li. I'm just gonna put that directly, up there. But yeah, That's some crazy work. Also, I want to note to any gamers. Tippy was like, give myself a pedicure on OF. Show Roman. Oh man. Yo, Tippy, something that you would be mad about. There was this black girl. She is a huge Uso fan. So she took pictures, I think, with the Usos and Roman. And she got like tons of pictures up there. I'm like, what? I'm like, you might as well be writing like a blog and whatnot directly to like represent them. Like, how many pictures you got directly up there? I'm like, if Tippy were to basically see this woman, she would be mad. I forgot. Like, I went like past her. Her what's the name on X? I forgot where it was. I should have basically sent it to you, but I forgot. But it's a black woman though, so you know. So she out there. Uh Lo was like, yo, she is juicy. Yeah, it'd be like that. That is the that's that workout right there. Tippy's like, no, I'm not a fan like that. I don't worship celebrities. Tippy, if you could potentially be the towel for Roman Reigns, you would do that. So why are you lying, Tippy? We know you here. We know you here. Matter of fact, on 2K right now, you're probably married to Roman. I know you, Tippy. I know you. Roman is probably like a part of your Sims life at this moment in time. Matter of fact, when you're able to fully play Enjoy, you're gonna have Roman Reigns as your husband, and you're gonna have like 6 Samoan, half black, half Samoan children. I know you, Tippy. I know you, Tippy. Tippy was like, I really don't worship celebrities. Okay, all right. You are the unofficial the tribal chief's second wife. We know you, Tippy. We know you. We know you. Um, let me see. Let me see. You said Tippy said that game is different. Ash said, "I want those legs around my." Yo, Pro was like, "Man, she is thick." Yeah, she is. She is. Like I said, that is Jade, aka the Storm. Matter of fact, I think I do. I think I got that somewhere where she was actually dressed up as Storm. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, she could do it. I'm like, I'm not really too sure how it would come up with like the acting specifically, but I'm like, just thinking about appearance wise, I'm like, I can see it. I can directly see it. It would be either her. I put it to you like this. I could see her. I can see. I really first my first person to play Stone would actually be Angela Bassett, but they already got her as well. Technically, because we're doing a multiverse, they could do it for the one time, for the one time. Let Angela Bassett be Storm because she has the voice and a presence. She could do it. She could literally do it. I see it. I just want that. I just need it to happen for the one time. You got Jade. And I would say Kiki Palmer if she was older. I would say Kiki Palmer if she's older because the one thing that I can see Kiki Palmer doing, I think she talked about this before, is that if there's ever a biopic that has to be done of Angela Bassett, Kiki Palmer would be Angela Bassett. She'd be Angela Bassett. Patrick said Angela Bassett is beautiful. Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. D Money was like every 2 stream things that are guaranteed is Seji saying diabolical work and Tippy letting the world know how much she loves Roman. That's facts. That is 100% facts. That is facts. Pratt said, what's the channel about though? Looking at pics of girls. Nah, this is just random. Normally we deal about stuff doing politics, things in society, random videos. And every now and again might do some things dealing with video games, stuff of that nature. So, pretty much all over the place. depending on the day. But usually when it gets to the end of the live stream, it's pretty much chill, and we're just talking, going over random stuff. So you'll see random pictures up there, like this and whatnot. Third Eye said, female wise, muscle thick is not the same as baby fat thick, right? Sham said LOL, and Tippy asking when is he going to stream his next video game. Yeah, she always does that. Tippy was like, she's still hot, and pause. Oh man. You said show someone else. Well, that's my favorite person. Pretty much. So, yeah. So she gonna be up there. You said Isabella at Johnny is like all over the place, all over them dudes. I mean, in her younger years. I think I know who you're talking about. Rabbit says somebody drop her IG. I need it. I mean, she's on. You can find her on X as well too. You can find Jade directly on X. You can just like type in her name and she's directly up there. She be taking pictures all the time. Looks great every time. Like I said, pretty much every single costume that she wears looking great. Looking great. There was only like one time I saw like the costume. I'm like, yo, who did that costume? Because I'm like, never again. I'm like, nah, they did it wrong on that costume. Because I'm like, all the other costumes that she's had, everything was everything. So yeah. Palat said she has an 11 out of 10 face. Whoa. This man was like above perfect. Tippy said, show a picture of the tribal chief. Tippy, what type of channel do you think I run here? what type of channel do you think I run here, Tippy? Yes, we don't do all all respect to the tribal chief, but that's I don't do that. Like I said, all respect to the tribal chief though. Now that you remember, Tippy, there was one time I made sure it was like either live stream or it was a video that I did. I was like, you know what? Because this dude, he is a, I guess like a fitness model or whatnot or whatever. I'm like, all right, I'm going to do this for like the women directly out there. Let me just sit up there and get y'all some pictures so y'all can have something to look at. So I did that for one of the stories, that I put out there for y'all. So yeah. I don't know what normal size is. I'm just gonna sit up there and tell you that. Because I'm pretty much all over the place. Because I've ran track before, so I've been with girls who sat up there and ran track, did sports. Girls who that got weight directly on them, or basically short and thick, average height with weight. Technically, yeah. So I, like I said, every guy is different, and every guy finds something attractive. So it'd be like that. What was it? Bud said Cargill is thick. Yeah, she is. She is. Tippy said that don't count. Yes, it do. That does count. You said Aaron's right. See, you sitting up here like listening off like a whole bunch of Tippy. I ain't about to sit up and do that. This is why I sat up there and told you, Tippy, you should just sit up there and you could have just started up like a whole channel. You can just start up like a whole channel. I can literally hear you talking right now, just mumbling as you're sitting up here typing. I can hear you. Tippy always be talking directly under her breath when she want to say something, and then when you catch her, she be like, "I ain't saying nothing." Never mind. It's like you just gonna ignore me anyway. Let me tell you. Tippy? How you talking about? How you talking about? You don't know how to sit up there and start one. You've been sitting up here. You've been on this platform for how many years, Tippy? You've been here. You one of like the longest running people here. That's up here on this platform. Oh yeah. I saw when she came back and attacked Naomi. I saw that. I think what let me see something real quick. Let me get up off of that real quick. Let me see. Female. I probably spelled yeah. Where's the one? Like they had I think what was it? Was it Naomi with the caution tape? It was another yeah, I think I like the one where she had like the caution tape. That one was that was looking kind of nice. Wait, is that her? Oh, that's crazy. Wow. That it is a nice it's a nice picture. It's a nice picture, nice picture. But yeah, I think it was the should have been the one with the caution. I don't know why they don't got like the full what's the name for it though? I thought it said like I thought it was like way more caution directly on it though. But yeah, I did see that though. I did see it. What else we got? Aaron Spady. He said, I don't know how. The money sound like all body types just depend on the mood. Tippy sitting up here laughing. Tippy's a hater. This man, Prolot was like, y'all need to see my ex. She was flat, Abe. You know, maybe she had a great personality. You know, good, decent person. Gail was like, Seiji most. Gail, what is up with the violence? What is Gail just like swooped directly in and just went full 100? I'm like, what's going on, Gail? Why does it have to be so violent? Isn't it supposed to be great that it is a very beautiful looking black woman? Isn't that supposed to be like the main thing? I thought that was the main thing. Shan was like, you made your wife angry. Oh man. Prolat was like, yeah, she was white as white as me. I mean, hey, you know that might have been you know, the time that you were in, you know, you looked at her as a great person, genuine person, you know, stuff of that nature. That's, you know, probably why you might have, you know, picked her during that time, but you're like, hey, I need something different, you know, be like that. It'd be like that. TP said, oh, okay, that's cool. Natural bodies. Yeah. He went for, you know, more of a natural, you know, frame, you know. Dang. Prolab was like, I liked her face, but personality was the reason she's an ex. Man, that's that's tough. Yeah, that is tough. Man, that is tough. Gail was like, yeah, you're right. You better be glad she's black. What? Look at the violence, just the tone. And I can hear Gail. Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness. Gail is hilarious. Let me tell you. Gail is hilarious. Gail will be very quick to tell you about yourself in a heartbeat. That woman does not play around. No nonsense. I can tell you that. She will cuss you out in about a good 5 seconds. Let you say like one thing wrong real quick. She is cussing you out real quick. Real quick. It'd be crazy. Oh man. Still remember. Let me tell you. Sham said, I wish they would do a movie solely on Storm from X-Men. I'm sick of Logan. Well, technically, if they did a movie on Storm, Excuse me. You'll probably see Logan in there if it's dealing with Days of Future Past, because the way that they portray Storm, they had that woman like all over the place. I think she was what like was she with Gambit? She was with like a lot of people. That's the best way I could. She was with a lot of people. A lot of those people were white. So, and like I said, I love Storm, and I'm like, man, oh man. Because I remember the first time I saw a Storm with Wolverine, I'm like, yo, this was like a thing. But I'm like, all right, you know what? I like Wolverine. I'm like, all right, whatever. It's still Storm at the end of the day. Whatever. But it was like, yeah, I was just like, Storm was, moving like Michonne out here. I'm like, what is happening? I'm like, they just pulling some walking, and that's the other thing a lot of people don't know. Michonne and Walking Dead, they had that woman all over the place. I'm like, man, y'all couldn't just like keep her with like one person? Like, y'all just got her just moving? Like, that's crazy. Some crazy work. What was Tippy said, trying to make us jealous? Okay, Seiji, show Roman Reigns. Oh man. Bo said Storm was with Black Panther. Yeah, she was, and then in Marvel, they got married. That was like another big thing that happened in Marvel. Everybody showed up for Storm and Black Panther get married, and then Storm and Black Panther just divorced or whatever over just something like dumb and trivial. Like it was just it was stupid. Like I said, whenever it deals with showing like people like black people like actually just like in love and marriage and stuff, somehow, some way it has to come to an end real quick. It's like real quick, fast, and hurry, which is crazy. As said, we got Batman, Wolverine, Punisher, Daredevil. All of these angry Brody white men are overdone. It'd be like that. The Money said Storm is African. The funniest thing is Storm is African. Oro, by where it is that she is Kenyan. Right, but then they gave her an accent. I remember she sort of, if I remember correctly from the original show, she kind of sounded like she was Caribbean, which was weird. I'm like, why does she sound like Caribbean? Because originally, when I didn't know where Storm was from, just like watching, like the show, I was like, okay, she must be, from, like the islands. But then they gave an actual background to Storm, and they told you why she is deemed to be a goddess. And which she is, because she literally was able to control the weather. She could sit up there and basically feed nations just by her showing up and walking directly into the land, raising her hands and causing rain to sit up there and happen. Crazy work. Crazy work. And if you actually think about it, out of all of the X-Men, out of all of the females that are there, like you got the Scarlet Witch, the Phoenix, and all, none of them are considered goddesses. Storm is. She is an official goddess. And then on top of that, if you go through her lineage, she also has other things dealing with magic and whatnot going through her bloodline. So Storm is actually way more powerful. And that was hinted at in in another comic. It was more so when Storm was nearing like the end of the end of the road of her life. And you saw her do one very powerful like act with her abilities. Crazy work. I was like, oh, I'm like, if Storm was younger and you allowed her to do something, oh my god, people wouldn't be able to mess with her. But now at the moment in time in comics, when it's dealing with like a Doom storyline, Storm is basically a full-fledged goddess. She is considered to be like the immortal Storm, because you got I forgot, I think it's Eternity that basically made her like, for all intents and purposes, like a full-fledged like god. So like sort of how Thor became like the herald of Galactus at a moment in time, when you had like Ruin King Thor and different things like that dealing with the Black Winter. You have Eternity doing that directly with Storm. Tippy said, I really thought Gambit was a light-skinned black man as a child. Yeah, that's because when you think about the New Orleans, You think about everybody down there that's, like Creole and, and all that other type of stuff. You might not be too far fetched, but remember Rogue is black. So, it's not impossible. So technically you would have actually had two strong black female characters on the X-Men team. Rogue was one of them, but they opted to make Rogue white. But she's quote unquote a Southern belle and all that other type of stuff, right? Crazy work. Sam said when black women are in white movies, they always make her sleep around with all of the white dudes. Yeah, it'd be like that. Yeah. I think didn't Zendaya have a movie like that where it was like a tennis movie and she was with like the two white dudes? Crazy work. Tippy said, yeah, like Monique and on The Boys. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Ash says Storm 8, radioactive iguana. That's how she got her Caribbean accent. Darnell said the black dude had the perfect opportunity for whatever. I'm confused. I don't even know what that means. Tippy said, I thought Rogue was a light skinned black girl as a child, too. No, she was supposed to be black. She was supposed to be. Gail said she's 5'10. Wait, who's 5'10? Well, are you talking about Storm or what are you talking about? Boy, you said show us the meme of Wolverine holding the booty pic of Rogue. Wait, what? I don't even know what you're talking about. Wait. Let me see something real quick. Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Somebody had cropped that in because that's supposed to be like a picture of Jean, and then somebody cropped it to put that. No, I got you. Hold on. Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. I didn't even know what you was like talking about at first, but I'm like, you got to be talking about because I remember like this episode too, deal with Wolverine. Because that was the craziest thing though. You had like this whole love triangle in between Scott, Jean, and Wolverine. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Oh yeah. You said that Jade is 5'10". Interesting. Sham said Rogue was biracial. Isn't her dad black? No, they had both of her parents white. For Rogue, they made sure that both of her parents are white because I remember when they had the episode because I think they hid her or they had her specifically living in a basement or something like that, and she was going through like like a lot of stuff and everything when she was explaining her story. Tibby said, "I'm 5'11" and 5'12." One of them. Next thing you know, you're going to sit over here. Tippy say that she's like 5'15". Instead of just saying like 6 feet, he's like 5'15". D Money said there's a pic of Jay, Bianca, and Naomi standing next to I Show Speed, and they're way bigger than him. I mean, yeah, Ice Speed is still a young dude. That is I never knew Ice Speed to actually like be tall though. Dude is very he is athletically gifted though. Like I'm not sure who he would need to really be trained with, but he has some potential. He got some potential to really do some stuff if he can get around, the right people and whatnot, and just be like focused. That man would be a problem. Tippy said X-Men 97. A lot of dudes was pissed because Rogue's booty is flat now. Yeah, they took. I don't know what happened there. That was just crazy. I'm like what just happened? I'm like, yeah. How do y'all just deflate? How do y'all just like take that? But I'm like, hey, whatever. They got it. Third Eye said X-Men cartoon had too much drama for my taste. That's, the funniest thing is that's the one thing that I actually liked about the show. Like there was actually stuff there. Because the funniest thing is if you go back look at VR Troopers, Power Rangers, um, Big Bad Beetleborgs, all of those other types of shows, there was all different types of like drama that was happening there, and it was technically for all intents and purposes like relatable. Like the reason I like X-Men is because it was like, like how like the grown folks had, let's say, like Guiding Light, General Hospital, all of that. That's basically what you have with the cartoons. You can even put that to the part of not Static Shock, but the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. Yeah, they had a lot of that directly in there, and it's like I liked it. It carried along with the story. A lot of those things actually connected. Once you like looked at certain things through the season, you could actually look at the next season and be like, oh snap, yo, this actually matches up with something that happened during like the first few episodes of such a season, or this is a callback to this. Some dope stuff in there. Sham said, oh yeah, but the cartoon, but in the comics, I'm trying to remember. But you're probably right. Tiffy said, LOL, she's a white girl, natural body. What's the problem? Well, if she's from the South, you would have, some white, the few that were there, you would have some of the few white girls, the rarity that would actually have, a certain type of a shape. Not that I'm just saying that they got the shape of a black girl or nothing like that, but they would have the Southern, white girl shape of white girls who actually ate food. It would actually have something, but yeah, it's just crazy to sit up there and just decide to, take that out. I'm like, that's wild. Ash said Kai Cenat was caught being I'm not surprised because he makes money and being in his black stereotype. I'm trying to figure out which one happened with Kai Cenat this time. Gail says Seiji is an animation drama queen. I mean, I like stories though. I like stories. I like trying to, understand, like characters and and different things like that. It's like I said before, it's cool to always have like action and different things like that, but sometimes you'll get desensitized to action, and now you're gonna have to heighten that by like 1,000. So this is why the newer generation looking at anime, they cannot really watch the older animes. Like if you had, Batosai, the man, Kenshin. If you had, or I think it wasn't called like Samurai X or whatever, but yeah, you got that directly up there, or the older versions of Gundam, and different things like that, because the animation and the action was a little bit slower. For the time, it was great because we never seen anything like that. But when you compare the animation of then to like now, it's on a whole different scale. Everything is like, it's flashy, it's this, it's that, and all this other type of stuff. And now it's like, in order to keep this up, in order to keep people entertained, you have to make it more exaggerated and more flashy and flashier and flashier. So like I said, it's going to get to like a breaking point where people are going to get like severely desensitized and in a sense bored, and you're going to have people trying to say that they want to see the fights and allow a lot of the powers and the abilities of characters to be more scaled, to be more ground level. Like I said, it's going to happen. We're just in the era where people just want to see everything flashy, and like I said, we'll see. This is why I'm waiting for the new Virtual Fighter to come out, because Virtual Fighter ain't never been flashy. It's about the fighting. Versus when you got, Tekken, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and and different things like that. Third, I said Young Justice was absolute worst with drama. I hated that show. I mean, but it was more so trying to show you the things dealing with teens and whatnot. It'd be like that, you mainly got the thing dealing with Supergirl. I mean, not Supergirl. I'm sorry. With Connor, who is the half son of both Lex Luthor and Clark, because of the splice DNA, along with the female Martian, and then you got a lot of the other things in between, stuff dealing with like the Young Justice and the Justice League and Vandal Savage and all this other type of stuff. So it's a lot. It's a lot there. Gail said the thick legs and the wide hips. The butt is still optional. Yeah. True. Tippy was like, show Roman Reigns. First of all, Tippy, you got Roman Reigns saved as both a screensaver and a background. Tippy, I don't want to hear that. We know you, Tippy. We know you. I said, one of Kai Sinat's his non-black friends said the N-word and didn't check him. I mean, that's also dealing with the newer generation. They tend not to check a lot of their friends because they feel that it's all right for everybody to sit up there and say it as long as they're friends, with them and whatnot. So hey, it'd be like that. I've gotten to the point where I've gotten less mad about that because that's on other people. But on top of that, if I remember correctly, I think Kai should be Haitian. If I remember correctly, I think he's Asian. So, like I said, it's going to be different. And, this is what I told people before. You got a lot of people that's directly here. I mean, at one point in time, I remember him saying that, black people don't got culture. So, like I said, I can't say that I'm really too surprised or shocked. Can't say that I'm really too surprised or shocked. New Era said Kai ain't black American either. He talked ish about it. So yeah. Tibby said I really like Young Justice. Yeah, I do too. Young Justice is pretty dope. It's pretty dope. Tippy said no, I don't. I'm shocked, Tippy, if you don't. I'm very much shocked. New Era said yep. Let me see. New Era said exactly. Yeah. So it'd be crazy out here. Tippy said, I'll show you my screen, but really, I don't worship celebrities. I just like Roman. He's my type. Or my future husband be. It's like I can hear Tippy saying this, but also laughing at the same time. Like it's crazy. It is crazy. It is hilarious. Hilarious. And oddly enough, Miss Anderson has not stepped directly into the live stream at this moment in time, because normally she would have pulled up here talking about some Call of Duty, talking a whole bunch of mess. Let me see. Says thanks for the tip. Right. For a friend. Game Pass subscribers, because I'm trying to sit up there and see if might have had some responses in the background I might not have seen, because I don't get notifications on my phone a lot of times, as you guys know. Because for whatever reason. Let me see. Yep, no responses. None at all. It'd be like that. Tippy said he's highly masculine to me. He's dominant. He's a lady. Sham said Rain 2 is pretty fun. How hard a level does it go up to? Yeah, it just keeps escalating. That's pretty much it. It has, you can start off on easy, but yeah, once you start like going higher up there, yeah, it's gonna be problematic. It is going to be problematic. That's probably what I was about to end up playing anyway, because I gotta actually collect some stuff for my characters. I forgot which one. I think I used the first character, or I used the robot. The samurai is actually pretty dope. I gotta get used to it. The archer is not bad either. What I'm probably going to do is I'm just going to try to like get some of the other characters real quick, because I got to work on doing that. Rabbit said, "Is that the game with the robots?" Wait, game with the robots? No. Wait, are you talking about Mecha Breaker or are you talking about something else for Rabbit? Because if anybody is on Steam, you can check out Risk of Rain and like what the game directly look. Let me see something if I can do it real quick. Oh my god, Tippy Talk still on this Roman Reigns train. Oh my god. Sham said, yeah, it was robots. I was healer class yesterday. It's called Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, Sham actually did pretty great. Again, I'm sitting up there playing like a noob as if I don't know how to play games. Insane work. Like I don't know what's happening out here every single time. Crazy work. Crazy work. If I was alive during that last part, we would have actually made it to that boss. Because I've beat that boss with about 3 to 4 different characters before. Robert Green said the 2 women that get passed around the most in Marvel Universe are Sue Richards and Storm. Everyone wanted a piece of them, from Dracula to Doctor Doom to Namor and etc. Yeah. Yep. No, I was doing terrible. The other thing as well too is that the things that I normally have unlocked, I gotta try to let me see. Yo, what? How am I on anime right now? Wow, that was like Legend of Korra. That's crazy. I don't even know how that happened. I actually got to swap over to my other account real quick, because I think actually because we played it yesterday. Wow, they got Oblivion remastered. Funny thing is, I never played Oblivion, and I know we got probably some Oblivion people directly out there, and things of that nature. Wait, what was the game part there? That was Series X. Yeah, so wouldn't I have to, I think, do it like this, right? And let me do the virtual. I'm not going to be able to really see it, so right. Let me just move this directly over. Just do this like briefly. Probably don't got no sound directly to it. It is what it is. I gotta actually expand this on my end so I can see it. That's why I need like a dual screen. Ooh, this looks correct, brother. Let me yeah, okay, that's how to do it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I had to do the preview screen from OBS so that I could see this just a little bit better and see y'all comments. That's still even worse. I'll just look at single player real quick. So yeah, so Shannon, this is what I was talking about. So got a few more characters directly up there. Got like the samurai directly up there. That's the other one, but I got different. Didn't I have the other ability? Yeah, I had the electricity unlocked. Still got a lot of stuff to, basically get. I got the captain. I forgot what this dude was called, but I think you had to buy him from the shop. Of course, you got the healer, and then you got the other guy. I thought I had somebody else, but I guess not. It'd be like that. And then you got the other unlocks that you can sit up there and find as well too, which are actually pretty dope. But yeah, you can check it out on Steam. Nice handy dandy game called Risk of Rain. I think up to about like 4, if I'm correct, 4 people can sit up there and play. And everything like that. Let me see. I got that directly close right there. So yeah, it's a pretty dope game. I would say I recommend that. Pretty fun. If you got like time to kill, you can just go directly in there. start shooting up some stuff and see how far you can make it. Stuff of that nature. Sham said I have Oblivion. You mean Elder Scrolls? No, they I think it was, if I go back home real quick. Nah, yeah, they got the okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Elder Scrolls Oblivion yeah. I said it wrong. But yeah, you know what I was saying. T Carter said, by the way, 512 isn't a thing. Hey, however it is that people want to sit up there and do it, they say that they 5'12". They're tall and they say that they 5'12". I'm not debating. I ain't debating. You whatever how you say you are. Rabbit said, I discovered a game called Schedule 1 is Breaking Bad with yeah. I know what you're talking about. It's a streamer I watched that played that. Sam said, yeah, I picked up 2 of my last night. I was looking for the pet class too. Technically I have that class, but I gotta unlock. I gotta go back with R2D2 real quick, and I would have to do that. Tippy said, Seiji in chat. He said, check out Raging Gamer Girl, a black woman gaming and wrestling. Black people follow the train. Gil said, Seiji actually purchased top-notch sweatpants and in satin PJ bottoms to sit back comfortably and play his game, and the finest soaps for his pregame showers. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So Tippy's going to put that directly into the Discord so people can follow that content creator. Sam said, I think you will like Elder Scrolls Skyrim as well. I mean, probably so. Ty said, what we talking about? Not much. I was sitting up there mentioning how you got Elder Scroll Oblivion Remastered that just came out recently. So that's, one of the ones that you got some people out here playing, currently. And I was also talking about Risk of Rain, which was the game that was being played earlier in the wee hours of the morning, where I was getting dunked on by the computer and Sham was just sitting up there surviving. And I was like, oh my God, I'm a noob. It makes no sense. I was highly disappointed in myself. Highly disappointed. But yeah, guys, I think that is actually Rabbit said, don't wear gray sweatpants outside. You'll make Gail Jones mad. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ty said, fake friends. This man, let me tell you something. This man right here. Wait, Ty, you ever play Risk of Rain or no? Sham said, LOL, Ty, he wasn't on last night and I needed to add you to my Epic game. Yeah, I think I remember Sham talking about trying to add you. I thought she added you though. Let me see. Waiting for Ty to type something directly in there real quick. You said y'all never asked. Wait, huh? How hold on. Let me where is what's the name real quick? Oh, let me just do that one real quick and do that one. Because I would have to matter of fact, let me make sure to just cut that off ahead of time. Let me just do that. Because I don't need that sitting up there running in the back for no reason. Where was, because I would have to open Steam real quick. Waiting for Steam to open. Overwatch Stadium. I don't even know what that is. So I guess that's like a 1v1 or duos type of thing. Tempest Rising. What else we got? Midweek deals. That's about it. Yeah, they got Oblivion front and center, and then we got Fatal Fury. Oh yeah. Fatal Fury is. I think that is out today too. Fatal Fury is out. Let me see library. Do we got time? Basically added directly up here. Looking. All right, so this is what we're about to do, Ty. Well, I'm not sure if you're busy or not. We about to get on Risk of Rain. Well, I'm not sure if like what Sham is doing. Because I'm just saying that like I automatically know the schedule directly up over there. But yeah, I was gonna end up jumping on what is it, Risk of Rain, because I gotta unlock some characters. So Sham says she getting on. So I'm waiting for a response from Ty. See what this man doing. Yeah, she immediately just got on Risk of Rain right now. So I'm trying to see what Ty is doing. Tippy said rain. Ty said I'll try if my laptop finally reads the SSD. Oh man, that's tough. Tippy said, what is rain? No, Risk of Rain. That was the video game that was on the screen, Tippy. Risk of Rain. That was the video game I had just showed on screen, at least from Xbox. So yeah, we've been going for about a good 4 hours and 25 minutes at this moment in time. Shout out to any and everybody that pulled up directly to the stream. Shout out to any and everybody that donated to the platform as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see what we have for that. I think we actually did pretty well today, I would say. Let me see. Somebody said, wrote in the comment section, stop telling people what to think. That was for one of those other videos. A lot of times I happen to see comments now, and I'm just like, I don't even feel like responding. I'll be seeing this. I'm like, you know what? I'm trying to be a better person when responding to comments. I'm not going to respond because, you know, I don't want to jump off on the deep end. Got to be a better person. Got to get my feng shui directly in order. That's pretty dope. We did pretty good. Had about a nice 5,800 that pulled directly up. Pretty solid numbers. Pretty solid. I swear I'm going to respond, and I feel like Tippy is going to say chicken butt, but Tippy said, "Oh, Seiji, guess what? What is it, Tippy?" I feel like you're about to say chicken butt. Okay, so you're telling. Okay, yeah. So the same name. So Sham, the same name that you see directly on the stream, that's the same name that he uses on Steam. The exact same spelling. I'm waiting for Tippy to sit up there and say something, and this woman has not said anything yet. I don't know what she's doing. Let me go on the other side. Let me see what we got. Just going directly over, just check and see what we got. All right, so altogether we had about a good 6K. Did pretty good. Actually like that. It's pretty nice. So yeah, again, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of you guys that have been here, and we got slow typer Tippy directly in here, which is crazy. I can't wait for the one day where Tippy can actually have a nicely performing PC, but I feel like Tippy would rather have a PS5 over a PC. So there's that. But yeah, much love to all of y'all. Shout out to all my moderators. Much love, respect, and appreciation for y'all being here every single day, and also being a part of the channel. and showing support a multitude of ways, and different things of that nature. And yeah, you guys are free. Go get feng shui directly in order some food, have fun, go play some games, catch up on some movies, do whatever it is that you normally do. Do whatever it is you normally do. Yo, Kit Kat, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. This girl Tippy still did not respond back. That was at like 5:53. Come on, Tippy, what you doing? What's the girl doing? I'm trying to like literally give her a minute so she can respond. The money was like, wait, you said Reg don't get any appreciation. Wait, I'm confused. Boy, you talking about like no. I call out everybody. I say, much love, respect, and appreciation to like the moderators and for everybody coming directly through to the live stream and everything. That everything is for all the regulars and the normal people that pop directly up. What was it? Shem said, okay, since you were okay. Tippy said Tippy said, I'll say it next time it's long and you're rushing me. Well, if you wasn't such a slow typer, Tippy. I could just hear Tippy just mumbling. Never mind. Oh my goodness. I swear to goodness. I swear. Like I said, that's why I love doing live streams. Being able to just interact and have conversations and talk with y'all. It's awesome. But yeah, catch up with y'all a little bit later. Again, we will always have some videos coming up, loaded up at a moment in time, and for you guys' viewing pleasure. Again, check out SEIJIHITO, the second coming, for both live streams, videos, and everything like that, if you would like to do so. And wait, D Money said, oh, so mods get personalized shout outs, but the regulars don't get grouped with everyone else cold-blooded. What you talking about? What you talking about? Firstly, I be shouting y'all out every time y'all pull directly up into the stream. I'm like, yo, we got D Money here. We got like Tippy. We got Rabbit. I be going through and giving dedicated time reading comments. Look at this man right here. This is cold blooded. This is cold blooded. See, look at the things that I get. Look at this. It be your own people. Look at this. Look at this. See, and I want to know. I said this seconds before D Money had wrote that. I just want to. Oh, let me post this. I just want to know. I said this seconds before D Money has said this. It's crazy. Diabolical in nature. Crazy. But yeah, love y'all. And I'll talk to y'all guys a little bit later. I'm about to also figure out what it is that I'm about to eat for today. I might just so happen to potentially go for like some pizza or something like that. Cause I'm hungry. I'm very much hungry. This woman Tippy said, this man Ty, look at this, said I don't have a shout out. Ty be getting shout out every single time. Like, yo, we got Ty directly in the building. We got Hack in the building. We got Gail. Well, technically, sometimes Gail and Tippy be missing in action sometimes. But yeah, I be sitting up there shouting y'all out. Be looking for y'all. Beans, greens, tomatoes, yams, hog. I be shouting y'all out. Left and right and left. D Money said it's cool. I'm up in the finest video. This man gonna be like, next time it's 25. Man, gonna be like it's 25%. Ty like the audacity. Look at this. Sham said I'm eating chili right now. See, Sham already eating food. Ty was like, I made stuffed shells. Yo, I've always wanted to sit up there and do that because I saw that at the market, and I'm like, yo, I seen some recipes I actually want to try out because stuffed shells actually look pretty. I think the last time I had stuffed shells was probably when I was younger. It was like single digits, so it's been a minute. But yeah. Let me get up off here and stop wasting y'all time. Let y'all be free. So again, love y'all a lot. Appreciate y'all. Value y'all a lot. And catch y'all in the next live stream and or video. Peace out. What was it? Rabbit said, I'm eating candy while watching Crunchyroll. That's classic right there. You got to get some crunch berries, some Oops All berries, preferably. Kit Kat said, be safe, family, and stay ready in these streets. Tippy said, I didn't know Kroger's been around since the 80s. Yep, it has. Long time. Peace out.